All right, here we are in the middle of a mine. Would anyone like to recap for those who are joining us for the first time or are named Pix and was not present last week?
Went a long way down in the mine, got our backsides handed to us by a bunch of traps, and ended up in a room with lots of cold.
Ancient traps, to be precise. Older than
More
the mine.
ancient than the mine itself, we think.
You guys at the beginning of the session were actually ambushed in the middle of the night by a whole bunch of shadowy creatures that once again your hypnotic pattern whiskey saved the day. And
luckily I had one.
Yeah, you guys were a little lower on your spell slots, but you were able to survive and finally get a long rest in. Pix, you were quite upset all of the noise around you while you were trying to resummon your familiar. But you got that done. The next morning, the party moved further north and continued down the path, eventually finding what seemed to be scattered remnants of food supplies, discarded cart off the side of the road. Were able to trace the source of where that cart had originally come from and tracked it up to the top of a hillside and found where presumably these miners had come from. It was a mixture of old structure and newer mining equipment. And you guys had decided to delve in a little bit deeper. And in doing so, yes, you uncovered a whole bunch of pressure plates that seemed to be connected in some capacity to the large ballista-like structures that were also inside of this mine. It seemed a little too heavily guarded for your liking and for a typical mine. Whiskey did discover that some of these structures and some of the original build out, including these weapons themselves, seem to be quite old and far older than the mining excavation that had been happening more recently. You guys nabbed a couple of items, took a couple hits, and have delved a little bit further into the mine itself, where it seems to have opened up into some large chasm. It also seems to potentially be the source of this massive amount of cold that seems to be permeating not only this mine, but also the ravine outside. And I believe the last thing that you noticed was what looked to be frozen bodies all huddled up in their bedrolls at the bottom of this little cavern area that you've uncovered. Anybody else remember anything else that's worth mentioning?
Like a bedroom right there before that freezing area, or right in the freezing area.
Well, yeah, it looked like they had kind of made a camp down in that area, yes. But that was also covered over in sheets of ice at this point.
Pix missed the loot. We found treasure.
He also missed Grolid going full Wolverine on a friggin' ballista.
All right. Well, what would you like to do?
I believe we're at the point with the crystal. So.
Yeah, Anna, if you can stream to the group, that'd be good. They have visual here.
I'll turn on the stream.
How far away are the bodies from us?
You'll be able to see here in a second when you get the visual up, but you're basically starting to head into a little stair step pattern that's leading down and veers off to the right. You can just see through a little hole window type structure in the rock formation itself that the sleeping bags and bedrolls and stuff are off to the left. And directly in front of you is a large multicolored crystalline structure that seems to be, at least at a glance and by the amount of snow and ice piled up around it, seems to again be the source of the actual cold that's emanating from this ice box.
Yeah, the stream has us still outside in the ravine.
Okay, well, let me see if I can drop a thing that'll summon you in here. I'm fetching you here. I can also drop you in cutscene mode if that helps. But I don't know whether it does or not. I've not actually looked on the player side a whole lot, so I'm not sure what you're seeing here. If I take you back in exploration out of cutscene, does it jump the camera back?
No, it's good where it's at now.
Okay, cool.
We're back to where the bodies were.
Gotcha. And if you're having trouble with any of the vertical, like the ceilings and stuff like that, don't forget the green block on that slider. If you drag that down, it'll start cutting off all of the vertical elevation until you can see a little bit better.
Yep, we're good.
Cool. All right, I believe Grolid was in front, but at this point, everybody has kind of gathered up right behind him, as far as I know.
And Grolid is going to be moving towards the crystal to investigate it, as hopefully the dead people won't be bothering us or be a threat.
So you're moving further down the stairs?
Yes.
I'll follow behind carefully. Keep an eye out.
Okay. Yeah, you can make it down to the bottom. It is eerily quiet and very still. It seems like they've tried to utilize some kind of magic, some sort of magics that seems to have created like a warm fire type of effect, warming coals, that type of thing down here. It provides a little bit of light and seems like it's, at least in that general area, seems to be fighting back the frozen tundra, as it were, in this entire area. Otherwise, you feel like it may actually have just overpowered this entire chamber at this point. I say magical because, well, it seems to still be warming the area ever so slightly, even though you're not really sure how long it's been going. A normal fire would have just gone out at this point.
Right.
And just a reminder, it is bitterly cold. Your winter weather gear is extremely helpful here, but yeah, you are still kind of shivering and you can see your breath no matter where you're going at this point.
Go ahead and examine the crystal.
Okay. You can make an investigation check if you like, and tell me what specifically you're doing.
Grolid is doing that. Can Anna inspect the bodies, see if they are,
Sure.
beyond dead?
Yeah, make a medicine check.
I am doing what I can. I'm just trying to figure. I mean, I'm looking at a strange crystal. There's nothing specific I'm looking for, as I wouldn't even begin to know what specifically to look for. So I am examining it at this point to see if I can't learn enough to then know what questions to ask. And that's a dirty 20.
All right.
15 for medicine.
Anna, you're not entirely certain if there's some type of cryostasis people could be put in or brought out of, but you would imagine that's about the only way that you could potentially save these people. You are certain if they were alive, you could see their breath because you can see everybody else's breathing and there's no breath coming from them. You can tell the bodies are locked up pretty tight, have almost a small sheen of like ice glaze over them. But yeah, unless there's some way of bringing people out of a frozen state, you're not really sure that there's anything that can be done for them at this point.
Well, there seems to be no life here. Grohl, what did you find?
Grolid,
Sure.
as you get closer and closer to this thing, you get close enough to touch it as you're examining it, but I assume you're steering clear of that for now.
For now.
This is cold enough that you kind of can make a pass around it, at least away from the backside. It looks like it's a pretty rough climb between the ice and the mounds of snow that are up there. If you wanted to walk around, you'd have to make a little bit more effort, but just almost a quick pass is all that your body can even tolerate. And in doing so, you do see blue, white, black, green, and red crystals, all coming up from here. Each of them have their own kind of dull light source, but it's weird that it's not glowing brighter. It's almost as if the colors are preventing the other colors from glowing, almost like the white and the black glow cancel each other out, and so it's not super bright, even though it is like fascinating and your eyes seem to be fixated on it while you're looking at it. You would imagine any one of those 5 colors by themselves would probably light up this entire room, like a spotlight, but all of them together seems to make it almost more dull, but at the same time more enticing.
Like Ryan.
Is there, I've noticed the different colors and remembering the gems and piece of coal we picked up a short while ago. Is there any place to put such a thing?
Not that you can tell with your 20, it doesn't look like it. It also looks like all those gems that were there, they were not polished and cut well, but they definitely weren't necessarily straight ore, mined with the rock surrounding it, like a lot of the other stuff you were finding. You're not entirely certain. It doesn't look like they came from this.
I find a spot where nobody's standing and I drop a bonfire.
Okay. I mean, there's plenty of room. You also have all of these glowing coals over here that seem to sort of be doing that a little bit. You're just going to place it out here on the floor somewhere?
Yeah, that way people, if they want, can gather around it.
Okay. It doesn't seem to do much more than what the coals are already doing, but sometimes it's just more of a mental thing. If you can picture yourself being warmer by a fire than you feel like you are.
Can I check to see if the crystals are in any way magical?
If you use detect magic.
Yeah, certainly. Okay. Let's try to do it.
This is, suddenly what was like a dull glow is massively lit up. Yeah, it's blinding to you, and it's kind of a rainbow array of colors, not in the same way that the crystals are multicolored, but you're seeing multiple fields here. As far as you can tell, some type of evocation is definitely represented here, and probably something akin to conjuration.
Sounds familiar. Okay.
But it's almost like you're getting hints of all of the schools.
Got it. Okay.
But those are the two probably that stand out the most to you.
Got it. And this doesn't seem to be the source of the cold at all, right?
No, this definitely is.
Oh,
Yes.
it is? Okay. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, that's why it's, you tell as you're getting closer, and it has been as you're getting further and further in the mine, it's getting colder and colder as you approach to within 30 feet so you can even scan it. Yeah, you can't think of anything else that would be generating this amount of cold other than the thing you're scanning right now.
Got it. Well, this is... And Pix will kind of almost try to look away, like shield his eyes from the crystal, and say, this is definitely the source of this cold, but it's blinding to look. It is very powerfully magical. And I'm getting hints of all of the schools of magic. Although evocation and conjuration first came to mind. But it almost hurts to look at. It's a rainbow almost of colors.
So what you're saying is it's dangerous, right?
Oh, most certainly.
That's why you should touch it. Looks like a Tiamat crystal. With all the colors.
Yeah, I don't really do the crystals so much as the gems.
Do not gems come from these things? Possibly.
Well, I found this orb upstairs that might have been mined from down here. I'm not sure.
Do you think it has anything to do with the crystal?
No, I was thinking the same thing. It doesn't appear to have been mined from the crystal, though I suppose it could have been from this room.
Could it
I'm not
control the
sure.
crystal? Kind of like an orb that controls things.
I wouldn't know. That type of magic isn't really my forte.
Anna, do you still have this orb?
Yeah, I mean, I found an orb and some goggles. Take a look at them.
Certainly. I can at least
fair.
get a hint of what they can do. And Pix will go over to Anna and take a look at this orb and these, whatever she presents to him.
Okay. So what are you doing with them?
Just trying to get an idea with Detect Magic of what they can do. I know it's only going to be a hint, but I don't know if we've got the time for the full-on identify.
The orb is some type of evocation. What else did you find?
A pair of goggles that were red lensed, and then a container with ointment.
The ointment is finding stupid schools of magic for stupid detect. Magic is dumb if they don't have items that
If it's some kind of healing property ointment, it's probably necromancy.
It is evocation. Necromancy is not as much in D&D as for healing as a lot of other games should have it. Evocation, I believe, is the closest thing for the ointment.
Okay.
And let's see. The closest thing you're finding for the goggles are transmutation.
All right. Well, without taking longer and casting the right spell, I can tell you that the orb is evocation. These goggles are some form of transmutation, and that the ointment is also evocation.
Do you think any of them will be useful down here? I'm gonna try and look at the crystals through the goggles, see if they look any differently.
They look a little bit brighter. It looks like in the darker corners of the room you can see a little bit better. That's about the best you can make out.
I get a little closer to the crystal, and since I don't have any green or white gems yet, those are the ones I'm just kind of looking at closely.
Does his gems light up when he gets closer?
Make a perception check, Whiskey.
Ryan concerns me.
Hey, Whiskey's the one who told me I should go look.
What did you say? Not an inspection.
Perception.
Perception.
And Ryan, make me a wisdom save, please.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
I was joking, Ryan.
Damn.
God.
Woo, that's a good roll, 20. 30.
Your head does not explode.
Whiskey, you see, yeah, it does look like those 3 gems on Ryan's forehead seem to be lighting up. You're not entirely certain whether it's just a trick of the light or whether they're actually glowing on their own. Oh
no, I'm going to go with the glowing part.
Ryan, you hear as you're moving closer, you hear in your mind a whisper that says, just a little bit closer.
Yeah, I'm going to yell, get him away from the gems.
But Ryan's the only one who hears that.
But I'm just going to yell out because I see his gems glowing.
Yep.
His gems are glowing.
I look a little closer at the green one.
Make another wisdom save.
Ryan, maybe you should back on up.
It's going to be a 5.
Woo!
Oh, nice.
17.
You, almost without realizing it, notice as you're leaning into the green one that your hand is starting to drift up and starting to reach out toward the green, large, massive gem in front of you.
Pix hurries on over and tries to drag him back and away from it.
I catch myself and kind of pull my hand back just before Pix gets to me, though.
Pix, make an athletics check, and Ryan, either athletics or acrobatics. Opposed, please.
You said check, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, those are skills, so you don't make saves on those.
Ooh, 23.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, Ryan, you're too fixated on that. So Pix, even though he's smaller than you, slighter than you, he just kind of comes in and almost like yanks you by the hood and just drags you backwards unceremoniously. Yeah.
I could already tell these are bad news just based on how much magic that thing is pouring out, especially with the colors, and that can't be coincidental. You might be the last person who needs to get close.
Or maybe I'm the only one who can figure out what they are.
Let's agree to disagree. I'm not saying that you can't, but I'm worried for you. We're all worried for you. That whatever that is bad news.
Go into my backpack, pull out my blanket, and then just. How large is this crystal exactly?
There are multiple spires are the best way to what you see is largely accurate outside of the fact that all 5 of the colors are represented, not just 2. So some are maybe 1.5 to 2 feet tall, sticking up out of the ground. Almost looks like it's growing to some degree, and there are some that are sticking up taller than even you stand, Grolid.
Oh wow.
Toss the blanket over it.
You can probably cover about 1/3 of it. Make me a sleight of hand check, please.
And that didn't. Dang.
Yeah, very deftly toss it over the top, and it just kind of flutters almost like a parachute, just briefly. And then it settles over. Yeah, it covers maybe about 1/3 of it. There's still a dull glow coming from, like emanating from underneath of the blanket, and the room just gets slightly dimmer. But other than that, you feel like you succeeded what you were attempting.
Whatever that is the source of this unnatural cold.
I'm sure it's the source of many things.
No doubt.
So we came down here just to look at some crystals, turn around and leave?
No, let's see if these are our miners, and if nothing else, find something to identify them to the guards.
Was there any indication on the medicine roll that they were miners, or I'll check that out.
They seem to be dressed well enough. They're sleeping right now, but they also seem to be bundled up quite a bit. So wearing multiple layers of, you haven't done mining yourself, but presumably the same type of gear that you saw, further up, and they're surrounded by similar things, lanterns and pickaxes. You can reasonably assume that in a former life they were miners. Yes.
This might be some or all of them, but here they are.
And they definitely are. I don't know if I specified this. They definitely are all Dragonborn.
Well, we found our miners. If Anna says is true, what said is true, there's not much more we can do than report their untimely demise. But
Anthony, do any of them have tails?
You find probably 8 or so of them here. I think I've only got 7 there, but yeah, you probably find about eight or so miners down here, and probably 2 or 3 have tails. Most of them are not, and you do know from what you've interacted with, while the Ravenites seem to kind of run things a little bit more and far more than they used to with old Draconia, the Ravenites also are the ones that are much sturdier built. The ones with tails are a little more slight, a little bit more known for their charismatic properties instead of their physical ones.
do the bodies here fit that description?
They look like they've had physical work, for a good chunk of their life. That's what you mean. They don't look slight and, measly. They look like they fit the build. They don't look staged.
Actually, that's not what I mean.
Oh, okay.
The ones with tails, are they slighter built than the ones without?
Make
the racial stereotype.
Make a medicine check.
Nice.
19.
Yeah, a little bit more. They're probably still a little bit more sturdy than your typical dragon blood, which is the ones with the tails. But at the same time, they're still smaller. And you would know this because often your military would utilize this as well. You don't always just want large, beefy brute types. You sometimes need the smaller ones to move quickly or to get into places that the larger types can't fit into. And especially in a mine, it would make sense that they probably had a few that would be more the gophers.
What are their various scale colors?
You have most of the colors represented. It is not all chromatic, and it's definitely not all metallic, if that's what you're looking for.
That actually was what I was looking for.
I had a feeling, yeah. Yeah, they're mostly all represented. There doesn't seem to be a pattern that easily jumps out at you.
So, are we here to figure out why they stayed down here? They obviously froze to death in their sleep. Did they want to keep mining around this crystal structure, or were they heading further down somewhere, or is that something that they just decided to stick close to this thing even if it costed them their life?
I don't know if it's true, but my observation looks like this appeared while they were sleeping.
That's what I think.
Whether somebody put it here on purpose is another question.
Anthony, do any of them show any signs of injuries?
With your medicine check, granted, they all have, like I said, this sheen of ice over them at this point, so it's a little hard to make out for certain. You see some minor cuts and bruises that seem to have been forming, but it doesn't seem like any of them were killed, by any sort of vicious maiming while they slept. It seems like if they had any injuries, they were injured prior to bedding down.
Is that consistent with us finding where it looks like they may have tried to leave and then returned because the creatures were in the way?
Yeah, you can reasonably assume that some of these may have been the ones that encountered something along the road and came back in thinking it was safer in here than out.
Some of these poor fellows showed signs of minor injuries. They may have tried to leave on the road, as we discovered, and then returned here thinking it was safer.
I would hope they have minor injuries. They were minors.
Injuries that are not severe.
That was the day we murdered Link in his sleep.
Oh, he was awake.
He saw it coming.
He had to enjoy it.
So, we've perhaps found the source of this cold, yes?
It definitely feels like it's the source of this cold. Not at all. It's not at all what I was expecting.
So the question is, we came here to find the miners. Do we want to continue to investigate what happened to them, or do we simply wish to go back and report what happened, which is what we really came for?
Well, I think we have to at least think about investigating whatever this is before it gets any stronger.
It appears to be growing.
I'm afraid it's too strong as it is, and that seems to be what my sword, at least in my opinion, is trying to tell me. Basically, I don't think we're ready for this.
Your sword's talking to you right now?
No, but last time it started smoking and telling me beware of the evil that's coming, that we're heading towards. You know, I tend to remember that.
Link, make an insight check, Link.
Fair point. Actually.
Maybe she could let us know if this is what she was talking about. I mean, they are just crystals, right?
They aren't just crystals.
I felt that a long time ago.
The action we see going on Ryan's head, I'm going to say they're not just crystals.
Yeah, no, these are not just crystals. There's something else.
Well, but they're not like a monster or something.
Question,
We don't
Corey.
know that, actually.
Question.
No, the crystals are not monsters. Anyway, my insight check DM was a 7.
Yeah, there's not much more that you're thinking back on how your sword has communicated with you so far. You haven't really picked up anything more than the direct emotional connection. You feel like there's more that if you spent more time with it, that you might be able to develop a better rapport with it, but that's the best that you've got for now.
Question.
There is one thing that bothers me. Nothing about this crystal suggests anything of the Shadowfell, as far as I can tell. If we were assuming that somewhere there's an open portal to the Shadowfell that those creatures came through, this does not appear to be it.
What's your question, Whiskey?
Every time we come across the dragon cult, we find these gems that are in his head. Is it possible that this place is a dragon cult? Was or could have been? And we are just not seeing it.
Anything's possible, Whiskey.
But I mean, if these gems react with Ryan's gems, then I have to assume that it is that.
Or at the
Because
very
that's
least
where they
they're
keep
related.
coming from. People we meet in these dragon cults. I don't think they just randomly appear and go, oh, it's Ryan. Here we are.
These people were part of a dragon cult. I think they would have survived this.
Maybe not if they're mining for something very important to the dragon cult. I'm just saying, I'm just speculating, but then again, we all are.
Whiskey, you said Ryan's gems glowed as he approached it?
Yes,
What? Why didn't you tell me that?
I did. Well,
did.
you weren't paying attention.
Ryan, did anything odd happen while you were getting closer to it?
Like prickly heat or something?
No, but I did kind of feel like maybe I could have gotten some information from it if I'd touched it.
Oh, time to go.
That does not seem like a good idea.
I'd rather have Anna.
We've already seen what happens when people touch. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That might be the other group. I think that is the other group. Excuse me.
Yeah, it probably is.
Whiskey, you'd rather have on a what?
I'm just like, I'd rather have you touch the gems. Or picks, but not Ryan. Not that we're going to touch them because they're probably cold.
Yeah, and Willem, in terms of the Shadowfell, I mean, I divined some insight that we would be closer to a rift to the Shadowfell with the path that we were taking.
So if there is one, there may be one here, but this crystal isn't the source of it.
I cannot guarantee that it is here, as the stars did not inform me of the specifics, but it is closer now than it was when we started our track this morning.
Oh no! When you used the orb and the glasses, what did you see?
The glasses, the goggles just made things a little bit brighter in the room in the darker corners. I think this might be useful potentially for seeing darker in the dark. I'm not. We'd have to actually identify it first.
Mm-hmm.
The orb didn't seem to do anything. GM, what is the color of the orb? I know it's grapefruit size, but I don't know if there's a certain color.
It looks
to
like
it.
it's made of glass.
Oh, glass. Okay. We
Like
could
the crystal ball.
like a crystal ball. Yeah. I mean, we could try and see if there's any sort of refraction of some sorts with this crystal here, but I don't know. This might.
Can you look through the crystal ball with your glasses at the gem? Just saying. It's a,
Sure, I can give that a try.
experimental as well.
I can do it with and without the goggles just to see. I'll look at the crystals growing out of the ground with it, without it. Just try and experiment different options there.
And I keep looking at Ryan to make sure a gem doesn't appear in his head.
Okay, make a perception check.
Who?
Anna.
Okay.
Doing different configurations of...
21.
So you already have your goggles of the eagle down and in use with your rolling with advantage there. So now you're looking through those goggles, trying to peer through another set of goggles, trying to look through this spherical piece of glass to then peer at the crystals. You're just getting a headache. There's not really anything else as far as you can tell. They don't seem to go together.
Oh yeah, this isn't working out.
You
Not sure exactly what we can do with these though. If anything, we might just need to identify them if they're of use.
Got it. So we can all agree that whatever these are, they're a problem. Yes.
Take a look at the blanket I threw over the crystals.
Sure.
Anything happening to the blanket at all?
How close are you inspecting?
Close enough that I should be able to tell anything overtly happening.
There's nothing visually that you can tell. It looks like you have a blanket sitting over top of some glowing crystalline structure.
Look around and grab one of the picks, the mining picks,
Sure.
and take it over to the crystals and keeping as much distance as I can, holding the mining pick at the very end, just kind of start tapping at the base of one of the crystals.
Okay.
They say I risk things.
Grolid reaches out with the edge of the mining pick, and as he touches the base of the crystals, he disappears.
The fuck?
What? All right. I didn't do that.
Well, that was interesting.
No.
Okay.
That's one way to get rid of a leader.
Detect magic going. Is he just invisible, or did he actually transport somewhere?
You do not see him anywhere.
Okay, he's not invisible. He teleported. Shit.
Oh, this reminds me of something.
Now, detect
As a
magic is
wizard.
not true sight, though.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Which crystal did he hit?
You have no idea.
Okay. Let's
Grolid?
You don't hear any response.
Okay, before we do something crazy or not thought out, like
You never do that.
copy what he just did. Let's decide first. Are we going to attempt that? And if so, in the manner similar to what he did.
Who? Just to see where he went?
We have to know which one he actually tapped before he did it.
And what if each one takes you somewhere else?
Exactly what I said. We need to know which one he tapped.
That would suck.
Either that or we wait and hope he comes back.
Well, that
Wait.
would be my first option.
Anna, let me see the crystal, the little sphere thing.
All right, here you go.
I look in that put that between me and the crystals and look at it.
You're looking at crystals.
So nothing through the sphere seems to change anything.
Anna already tried this.
Anthony, did the mining pick and all his gear vanish with him?
Yes. The blanket is still sitting on top, but Grolid, all of his gear, and the pick that he was holding are all gone.
It didn't function like a dimension door, did it? I would know that.
You did not see a portal open and then close again, no.
So it's probably a true teleport of something.
If it's a teleport.
You mentioned there was conjuration. Could he have been conjured somewhere?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, the only thing I can try to identify the crystal. I don't know if all would work, but we can at least know. Maybe. I don't know.
It's not going to work. If the crystal is magical, it's going to be something far too complex for a simple identifier to work. It's going to be artifact level.
While everyone's talking here, Anna's pulling out rope. I'm just saying, everyone grab on.
We could just throw one in.
You do realize it's going to cut the rope.
If the rope touches the crystal, anyone touching it or being secured to it is going to go teleport.
Then we'll go together.
That's what happened.
All right.
Yes, let's go visit her. Yes, let's just take Ryan straight to her.
Well, we're not going to abandon Grolid. And here I just wanted to
Ryan, if you want the information, then please tag along. If you want to stay here, that's up to you.
What if Grolid, just saying, is dead? Then we're all going to be dead in 2 minutes.
What if he's dying because we're not there?
The fact that he hasn't come through indicates that either he can't come back or something, or he's staying there for a reason.
Well, we haven't.
We can't abandon him.
It's not
We better
his
go
turn
through.
yet, but yeah, either way.
And I don't think we should split up. This area is too dangerous. If one of us is going, we should all go.
Yeah. Well, I
But
was.
Ryan, for your sake, I would grab onto one of us that is touching the crystal. I would not touch the crystal directly yourself.
I don't think it's gonna matter, but
Let me try one other thing first. Don't worry, I won't touch it.
Quickly.
About 10 feet behind the crystal, I would like to cast darkness.
Behind the crystal?
Yes, darkness. It's a 15-foot range.
I mean, you only have about 10 feet to the wall. That's why I'm clarifying here.
So basically, I'm just checking to see if by some happenstance darkness cancels out the light of the crystals, and maybe that does something to it. That's my thinking, at least.
Okay. Your bonfire is long gone also. I think that's just a minute, right?
Yeah, and it winks out anyway when I cast this spell, because
Right.
this is a concentration as well.
So you cast darkness on the back wall, essentially, back here, and it emanates out to about this direction. I'll give you in case anybody is standing nearby. Anybody within here briefly experiences total darkness, and then you almost feel like is anybody inside of that 15-foot area?
No.
Negative.
No, I think the only one who was Grolid,
Okay.
because I backed away with Anna.
All of you feel like you can't see anything else inside of that 15-foot sphere, except for the crystalline structure seems to be glowing just as dully as it was before. It does not seem to be casting any light on anything around it, but you can still see it.
Well, that's worrying.
That's unexpected.
And the darkness spell isn't dispelled?
No, doesn't seem to be.
Okay, that's really odd.
Well, that may be odd, but unfortunately, I don't think it helps us.
No, it doesn't, but it does give credence to just how powerful this thing is.
True enough. All right, we better go through and see if Brolin needs assistance.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
All right.
grab a section of the rope.
I'll undo the darkness then.
Got it. I'll grab the tail end of the rope.
And just so they're happy, I'll get between Whiskey and Willem.
I check my life insurance policy, and then we're headed.
I'll give a brief prayer to the Luxon.
Luxon, sweet Luxon. Hear us in our hour of test.
Luxon.
It's been 4 days and we still don't know where we are.
I'm going to grab the front and then touch it.
All right. As Anna touches the structure, you all wink out ever so briefly and then reappear in front of what looks like a large structure in front of you. It is not quite as cold, but still relatively frigid. And the sky is overcast. It's dark. And it seems like any sources of light that even you have on your person, like Nona, your bracelet, anything like that, ever so slightly duller than normal.
Upon entering, I would like to pull out my sword and just take a minute to meditate with it.
All it says is idiots.
Do we see Grolid?
Yes.
Yeah.
Grolid is in front of you, arms still kind of extended with the pickaxe and just staring up the stairs. Did you guys get summoned to the right spot? Do you see?
Yes.
Okay.
I wasn't sure where we were, but yeah, we're good.
Yeah. Grolid is just kind of staring up the stairs at this massive structure. It seems to be partly intact, but at the same time, somewhat in a ruined state.
Does no affect Ryan. It is frozen water.
I tried to look behind us to see just like where, like try to get an idea of where we might even be.
Somewhere in the north.
You can't place this at all.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but like it appears like we're outside.
Yes. Yeah, there is sky above you, but it's gray, it's overcast, it's dull.
What was the weather like before we
It
went
was
into the
cold,
mine?
but it was marginally clear.
And how long were we in the mine? Anna, you've probably got the best sense of time out of all of us.
Maybe a couple hours tops.
Yeah, you probably weren't in there any more than about 2 hours.
So this is odd.
I would guess we're in Draconia. But that would be my guess.
Well, there's other options, and I'm hoping we could be in a lot of places right now.
Grolin turns and looked at all of you and says, I reach out, touch something, and disappear, and you all reach out and touch the same thing?
Of course, we had to come for you.
How do you know it didn't disintegrate me?
Oh, then we'd all die together.
That's what happens when we lose our leader. We don't have any other options.
Grolid, don't kid yourself. I couldn't get that luck.
Cool, have a little faith in us.
While everybody's fussing about this, I go ahead and spend an action to regain a spell with my Rod of the Pack Keeper.
Okay.
Grohl, the stars informed me anyway that there was a rift to the Shadowfell, and if I don't know any better, I can only assume this could be it. But again, I have no idea. I've never been, so this is just a guess.
From my studies, it matches the description.
Oh, and here I thought we were in the ethereal plane.
Dragon's still alive?
What dragon?
Wouldn't that be
The white
interesting that they lied that the dragon was actually gone when it went to sleep?
No, it could be dead there, alive here, if that's the case.
Could
They
be,
could have just
but
cast
people are.
told everyone it was dead.
Yes,
That's true.
people are the way they are. It's interesting.
They might
Whiskey,
have thought they killed it.
Stories change over time too, Whiskey.
Yes,
Whiskey,
but
you more than
usually they
anybody
get
else.
more exaggerated.
you more than anybody else as a bard know there are some tales that continue to gain more legend and notoriety, turn from historical representation to some facsimile of a tall tale.
Yes, because they make better tales and people listen more.
They only make better tales if the original tale is too believable. You know, tales like this have not changed much over time because they already seem impossible enough that you don't need to elaborate on them. Bards tell tales like the slaying of Voragol, the fall of the Empire, the slaying of Voragol by the outsiders. They recount those tales almost like a sacred text of not wanting to leave anything out because it's so fantastical that you're not going to believe the next thing that happens, and I don't need to elaborate on it. And so they almost feel like they have to do it justice by not leaving any part of the tale out. You've never heard anything even remotely claiming that this creature was anything other than outright slaughtered. It was a vicious creature, and it seemed like not only do the tales talk about it being killed, but all of the dragonborn in the area who survived made sure to hack it up in as many tiny pieces as they possibly could, almost out of this righteous sense of vengeance over what it had done to their kingdom and to their people.
Yes, but I also know there's more to a story than that's being told.
It's possible.
So-
I'm just telling you, you do know
So
there
such
are.
as it had the mate and the mate was pissed and the mate didn't want to come get killed, and it could be here now. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. Don't dragons become human? I don't know. Tales of that too. So can't say.
Well, we're here now. And we need to find a way out. So since there doesn't seem to be anything behind us, well, the option is to go forward. So
Ryan,
Let's test that.
Ryan, make me
Let's go.
Ryan, make me a wisdom save, please.
Here it comes.
Good.
hot damn.
Okay. There is this internal tug. It could be curiosity. It could be voices. You're not entirely certain, but something is tugging you to venture in deeper. Not to wait for them to debate, but you need to experience whatever is further inside.
All right, I start walking up the steps.
So you're not compelled, but you feel this tugging at you.
We'll never find answers if we don't get going.
Agreed.
Are we waiting on Leek? talking to the sword.
Yeah, I was waiting for the other stuff to clear up there. Link, what specifically are you trying to communicate or get from the sword?
What it thinks of the area that we just entered.
You get the impression of shadowy, wispy figures all over the place, not dissimilar to the creatures that you fought the night before, and that it is trying to tell you you shouldn't linger here long, that those who linger are lost.
And I will pass on at least that part, letting everybody know, hey, I don't think we should linger around here. As I said, we should go.
All right, then. Let's carry on, then.
So I've got right now Ryan in the front, and I think Link and Pix said that they were moving forward as well.
If the group is moving, I'm moving too.
Yeah, same. Catch up with the group.
Willem will take his usual spot in the rear, and he's keeping an eye out behind us as we proceed further in.
I'm keeping an eye out in front of us.
All right. And just for clarification, it is basically everywhere you go is largely dim light. Outside of, I have Nona with her bracelet lit up. Does anybody else currently have any active light sources?
I'm drawing my moon touch sword.
Okay.
I'll light my lantern and just kind of attach it to my hip.
If anybody wants a light source, I can provide a light spell for them for an hour.
Lich will have put away his sword and will have his bow out.
Okay.
Grolid will move up next to Ryan.
All right. So assuming you have room moving forward to go 2 by 2, I've got Ryan and Grolid up front, Pix and Link. We want Nona and Willem in the back.
That works.
All right, so Anna and Whiskey, and then Willem and Nona in the back. Got it.
It's good.
I'll cast a blue light on my staff.
All right. Everything is, the lights are showing up, but they're a little bit more gray, a little bit more dull. And like I said, they aren't casting as wide of a, area effect as what you're normally used to seeing.
By how much?
It's not necessarily a mechanical
Okay.
notice. If that changes, I'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
But I will say nothing seems to really get beyond dim, even with the lights around you.
Interesting.
All right. I'll need help moving some of the figures, or we'll just move around for now as we keep on venturing forth. It's up to you guys. Ryan, you start heading down the stairs?
Yep. While we're going, I talked to Grolid. It's like, so you pulled one of my stunts. I didn't figure you to be impulsive.
The blanket was a test. An unsuccessful one, apparently.
But touching it with the pick?
Well, I touched it with an object. Nothing happened. The next step was to touch it with an object that I was still touching.
Yeah. Decent progression of tests.
The two of you make it down to the bottom of an initial set of stairs. You've walked through basically what amounts to a large not really an archway, but an entrance. It seems like it was at some point perhaps a grand foyer of some sort. And you are now in what's left of an interior section, but it's been largely gutted. You have some walls, you have some structures like what you're walking down now, a stairway, but you can see over any of the ledges that there's just dark drops into craggy surfaces below you. Can't really place the architecture of this because everything is just, it seems so familiar to home, but at the same time just slightly off kilter. And you make it to the bottom of the stairs itself, or the initial set of stairs, and it's almost like it's built in or merged in with rock structure at this point. There's still some semblance of the building itself and the stairway leading down, but there's just craggy rock formations now too. This is also still covered in quite a bit of slippery ice and snow, although it's not quite as frigid as it was in the room with the crystals. It's still bitterly cold. As you step off, Ryan and Grolid, onto more of just the rocky patches, I want you to make a let's do a athletics or acrobatics check, your call, just to maintain your footing.
It's a 17 Grolid.
Okay. Grolid, you maintain your footing. Ryan, you slip and just go dun, 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 sliding down. It's not too far, but you slide down ahead a little bit down the stairs. Grolid, you see him don't have quite enough time to respond, and he's able to regain his footing down a little further on the stairs. Everybody else, as you're moving down, you see Ryan slide and then come to a stop.
I'm good. Just took the quick way down.
It's slippery. Be careful.
Okay. All right.
Head down to where Ryan is.
Okay.
Yeah. Carefully make my way down.
Ryan, you still have this constant kind of tug to keep moving. Are you going to wait for Grolid to come down there, or are you going to keep going?
I'll slow my pace a little bit, but I'm not going to really stop per se.
Okay. Got it. Everybody else, as you're stepping down off of the initial set of stairs, same thing, athletics or acrobatics check, please.
I'm guessing the too slippery for my slippers to be of any use?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you say athletics or acrobatics?
Either. Your choice.
That's an 8 for Anna.
22.
14.
19.
I use my claws.
And Willem?
Hang on.
I will help Anna to make sure she doesn't fall.
It's an athletics check.
Athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
$15 total.
All right. Anna, in your desperation to not slip and slide, your foot kind of gets lodged into one of the wedges in between some rocks, and then turn your ankle, and you kind of wrench it a little bit and are able to pull it back out gingerly and keep moving. But you do take 4 points of bludgeoning damage, essentially. Ryan seems to be keeping pace in front of you, Grolid, as you're trying to catch up, and everybody makes it down to a little bit more even ground. It's slippery at this point, but it's not treacherously so. And it seems to be there. While there are some stairs as you go, a lot of this is still going to be just rough going further on down the path here.
Yeah, I'll pick up the pace a bit to catch up with Ryan. I'm not letting him go alone.
Okay.
Ryan, slow down a bit. Wait for the rest of us.
Ryan, you kind of see out in your peripheral that Grolid is trying to speed up and catch up with you. Are you going to let him, or are you going to try to keep pace in front still?
No, if he wants to move quicker to catch up with me, that's fine.
Okay, gotcha. It's still rough going, slow going. I would say, Link, what are your favorite terrains?
Forest and mountain.
Okay. There's enough mountain to this. I would actually say that you guys aren't necessarily slowed as if it's difficult terrain, but it's largely because Link is kind of pointing out footholds as you're moving at this point.
Oh. Thank you, Link.
No problem.
Link calling in from a CB radio. All right, you guys can keep moving that. I'm gonna move the story instead.
Sounds good.
All right. Grolid, you and Ryan come down this latest little rough patch. It seems to level out a little bit more. And there's a similar dull-colored glow to what the crystalline structures were providing off on a spire on this side. Just enough to provide a little bit of light. Not really much more to it, but it is a similar glow to what you were experiencing with the crystals.
Does it have the same coloration as one of the crystals?
It doesn't seem to have coloration so much as just providing a light source. It is, though, as you all start to move past it, a little bit discombobulating. So I need everybody, as you move past this spire, to make a wisdom save, please.
Oh boy.
He's going to catch me eventually with the fail. Ooh, natural 20 for me.
Who failed though?
Me,
Whiskey
I failed.
had a natural 1.
Okay.
That's 16 for Grolid.
17 for Link.
11 for Willem.
9 for Nona.
27 for Anna.
All right. If you could, as you guys are moving through here, keep track of these wisdom saves, please. Just pass or fail. You don't need to keep track of the number. Keep track of pass or fail. Anybody who got a 13 or lower, so Nona, Willem, and Whiskey all failed. You will take...
Don't forget your plus
Hold
2.
on 1 second. Yeah, we have a +2 bonus for anyone who's next to me.
Within 10 feet?
Yes.
It doesn't
And me.
matter.
Yes.
So that will get me up to 13.
So where you are you guys staying bunched, or are you providing a little bit of room for movement?
I think we're probably doing whatever we normally do. Certainly not more than two abreast in line, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm keeping you 2 wide. That's fine. But like, are you just marching almost in formation, just 5 feet away from the person in front of you, or are you providing a little bit more space?
We're probably about 5 feet, unless there's a reason to provide more space.
Okay, that's fine. Just double checking, because you guys are pretty tightly grouped. I'll say, Willem, your aura can reach everybody except for Ryan and Grolid at this point then. So anybody else can get the +2 on that from where you are. So Nona would still fail, Willem would still fail, Whiskey would still fail, at least on this one.
I thought you said Willem was 13. Willem had an 11 +2 is 13.
DC is 14 for this one. So 13 or lower was a fail.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yes, keep that in mind. And if you want to add those in later, then you can just do +2 as a snippet, and it should add that in, I think.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Let's see. So the three of you take 3 points of psychic damage. Whiskey, you take an additional 6 points of psychic damage.
So 9 altogether?
Yes. Those of you who passed this check, this like wave of nausea rushes past you just briefly, and then there's this clouded vision. You're not sure if you're seeing it or whether it's just picturing a memory in your head. It's really foggy, but you all see images of a darkened city lit by magical lanterns. There's an upstart drow den stumbling across a powerful relic. You picture seemingly yourself standing with your family in an attempt to overthrow and drive out the followers of the spider. Their evil and hers have misguided your people for far too long. And then your vision clouds and you're able to see clearly again. The three of you who failed don't see that because you just have a pounding headache instead.
I kind of stop and look over at Grola. Did you just see that?
I did.
Anybody else got a headache?
Yes. What was
Yes,
that?
massive.
A bit of nausea, but I saw a vision.
Visions. And apparently we're all getting them.
Not me. I just
Not
have
me.
a headache.
So, does anybody know anything about Drow and their goddess?
Yeah,
She's very, 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 very bad.
no, but that was the beginning of the Luxon faith, I believe. That was how the original followers of the Luxon were the Drow who rebelled against Lolth.
Yes, that's the vision I got too.
So does that mean we're coming up to where they did that?
If we're dealing with anything to do with Spider Queen, we best be very cautious.
Most certainly.
Aren't we always?
From the stories I've heard, she could give Ryan's potential patron a run for her money.
Well, just keep an eye out, and yeah.
Gee, do I still feel the tug?
Yeah, you don't want to like stay too long. There's something much more exciting further on is what you're feeling.
All right, then I'll start to walk again.
Again, you didn't fail your wisdom save, so you're getting the tug, but you're not feeling compelled. You can fight it, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
You're going to keep moving?
Yeah, I'm going to start off after waiting just a little bit. Then, okay, everybody should be good now. You know, if I'm okay, it should be okay.
Ryan.
Yeah, I'm keeping pace with Ryan.
All right.
You seem oddly insistent on this. I mean, I don't blame you. I don't want to stay here any longer than I think anyone else, but it's
Get the
interesting.
feeling we shouldn't linger.
I mean, that's what Link also said, or at least the Everlight did.
You continue to wrap around this cavern. You're slowly descending, and you can see up ahead eventually the surface floor of where presumably you may have taken a tumble right off the stairs. You can actually see below you. You've delved probably a good 30, 40 feet down, maybe a little further, and it continues to wrap around, but you can now see in front of you at a little bit of a distance, maybe 20, 30 feet in front of you, is a rock formation seemingly forming some kind of a bridge, and another one of these spires off to your left. In order to cross the bridge, you're going to have to go closer to the spire than you currently are.
Yeah, I approach the spire. I already have what's the word I'm looking for here? I've already made the connection, so.
Right.
Is anybody not approaching the spire currently?
And keep following along.
We're all going together.
All right. So yeah, the platform extends a little further to past the spire, but it looks like it just kind of dead ends into a cave wall itself. Further across the bridge, it looks like there's more, and then there certainly is a lower floor that looks like it's maybe 20 to 30 feet below you as it continues to seemingly extend even further below you. As you approach the next spire, I need you all to make another wisdom save. Those of you who failed, your DC is higher for every subsequent failure.
I finally failed one.
How do you add the +2 bonus again?
Oh, thank God.
Just at the end of it, you should be able to put +2. I think I've got a snippet in there that'll do that now. Let me fix it. Hang on.
Yes, no.
What?
You tried to do a wisdom save. You're needing to do
check.
a wisdom check.
No, it is a save, isn't it?
They're saves.
They're saves.
Okay, my bad.
Hang on. I'm fixing the duplicate here. Let's do that. All right.
Oops.
Those of you who, didn't get it to work, try it again.
Woohoo, 18.
1.
9.
Thanks.
All right. Grolid saves. Ryan,
I only got a 10.
you don't experience the same thing that everybody else does as you're moving past these. This like nausea and headaches that they're talking about doesn't seem to affect you. On a
17.
Oh yeah, because you're on a succeeded. Whiskey succeeded.
Pix failed.
Pix. Oh, at the bottom. There you go. Yes. So 9 is a failure. So Pix, you are the only one this time that failed. Yep. So Pix, you will take 3 points of psychic damage and massive headache. Everyone else, the same thing, or for some of you, the first time you experience, your vision kind of clouds and almost staring off against just, for some of you, it may appear as a projection on the wall. For some of you, it could be like a flashback memory. For some, it could just be this clouded vision blocking your true sight. But all of you see, you look around, you're standing at a crossroads and you're completely alone. And then a beautiful angelic-like creature stands before you, holding an exquisitely crafted crown. She promises it will help you convince your enemies to do whatever you want them to do. And eagerly you reach out and take the gift. And then your vision fades back to normal.
Ooh, that headache smarts.
This time I got the vision, but it wasn't what you talked about before.
Whiskey,
Do I Rick?
despite getting the vision, you still take 4 points of psychic damage.
Oh. Well, what was the vision this time then?
Anybody
It's
else
kinda
reach
like
out and take a
Rubbing
crown
his temples.
from a
Crossroads, and there was like an angel.
angel?
Did you say 4 points at 3?
4.
And she said it would help us convince our enemies to do what we wanted if we took it, reached for it.
Thinking back on my reading of history, do I recognize this as a particular moment in history?
Make a history check.
Nice.
What you know of history of Wildemount, nothing seems to ring a bell, but as you experience this vision, that's the one thing that you felt like you can verify with absolute certainty is this was a completely private exchange. If it was important to the history of Wildemount, it was never officially spoken of.
What did the crown look like?
Pix is asking the party because Pix didn't actually see.
Exactly.
Describe what it looked like then to us.
Ryan, make a perception check to see if you actually paid close enough attention to it in the
Looks
vision.
like his head.
11.
It was, well, Ryan, you like nice things, but you're not necessarily a crafter, and you usually like nice things so you can pawn them off and go gambling with them. It was a nicely crafted diadem type of headpiece. It did seem to have some type of jewelry inset into it, but that's about all that you can kind of remember from it. It was pretty.
Did it look like his head? I did see it, even though my brain was hurting.
It did not look like Ryan's head, no. It definitely looked like its own headpiece.
Well, yes, but did it have the gems like he has in his head?
It had Whiskey, make a perception check.
I think I was caught up with the actual symbology or similarity to me having accepted other things before.
That's pretty good for having a headache.
Yeah, Whiskey, you're kind of fighting through that migraine that seems to really not have subsided since you passed that first spire. And yeah, you're pretty certain that it at least had those three colors that are on Ryan's head represented in the diadem.
That's the crown of Tiamat. It had the same gems as it's in Ryan's head.
So then we have Loth and Tiamat. Perhaps we should keep moving before we find Asmodeus. Egg at that girl and starts to move across the bridge.
Did it? Maybe I was drunk and dancing that night, but wasn't there one of the stories like that, or was I just misremembering?
It was a tale of two
brothers,
right?
I didn't read any of them, but I knew some of you did.
Story like anything like the visions that we've seen so far.
I keep up with Grolin.
Yeah, I'm walking and talking, but
I don't remember anyone being handed a crown by an angel story.
I don't recall that particular scene from any of my studies in history. Though I get the impression that...
maybe I misremembered then.
I get the impression, though, that should that scene have actually taken place, and I believe it probably did, that it was private and wasn't
not
the stuff
recorded.
of stories.
Yes, not everything is recorded.
agreed.
Yes.
Anna, make an insight check with disadvantage. So I guess normal, because you normally get it with advantage, right?
Yeah.
Come on. There we go.
Those of you, as you're crossing the bridge, just out of curiosity, yeah, you were too drunk that night.
Yep.
Those of you as you cross the bridge, again, make me an acrobatics or athletics check, your choice. This is not overly difficult, but there are no handrails or sides to this. One false step and you're at least tumbling a good 30 feet down.
All right.
Not this time.
Nona, is your stealth the same as acrobatics or athletics? Or do you want to re-roll that?
That's weird. I typed out athletic. It chose stealth. Okay, let me do that.
Would my slippers help here, Anthony?
No, this is all slippery stuff. Your slippers are not sticky. It just will help you.
No, I get it.
Walk on, the walls and ceiling.
I guess I was more asking if it was slippery or not.
Yeah, this is all still pretty icy.
Okay. 25.
Wow, that's like a two ones and a 2.
Can I help one of them? Actually,
bridge collapse.
I'd be able to help Link since he's right next to me. Could I?
Yeah, make a dexterity save. See if you can reach out and grab Link because he starts to slip right off the edge. And Nona, Willem is with you. Willem, you can do the same thing if you'd like to try to save Nona, who is taking a tumble.
Okay.
Willem rolled a 2 too.
Dex save.
Oh, Willem also. Oh no, that's true.
Yeah.
So he went over while saving Nona.
Yeah, Pix, you're able to partially find some footing with those boots and dig in a little bit as you reach down and grab Link as he's starting to tumble off the edge, and you've got him by the wrists and are able to pull him back up.
That was close.
Nona,
I crashed into Willem and dragged him down with me.
yeah, Willem starts to slide off, and Nona, you start to actually reach out and grab for him, and his weight actually pulls you off as well, and you guys both take a tumble down below. Let me double check. I've been saying 30 feet, but let me double check. I was not anticipating anybody actually falling.
It's 130.
Yeah, give or take about. This looks like 40 feet. What is this? D6 for every 5? Is that right? I can't remember fall
D6
damage.
for every 10.
Every 10, okay.
Feather fall, if I can.
Yeah, if you can, let's make a perception check to see if you notice it in time.
Sure.
Because you're in front of them right now. Okay, yeah. I'll allow it.
Turn around, and I just I cast it, and you guys start floating down as you guys are mid-fall.
Attempt to grab onto the wall of the bridge.
I hear Anna casting and look over and oh no.
Because Featherfall is still, I mean, it's a reaction, but it still is like a 6-second part of your action thing. You definitely will have fallen far enough that you're going to just have to Featherfall down to the base, but you're not going to take damage when you land.
Can't grab on the way and try to climb back up without
That
having
was
to go back
the
down.
failed dexterity save and the failed check in the first part. You only have about 10 feet before it's just free fall till you got to the bottom.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you and Nona see yourself in a large chamber at the bottom, looking up at the bridge.
So the bridge is arched?
It's just completely flat across. It probably does have a little bit of an arch to it, but
No. Does the rock under the bridge go all the way down to the ground, or are
No.
there arches of space in between?
no. Are you seeing the stream?
Yeah, but I'm looking down from above. I can't see it from the
Oh, gotcha.
side.
Joe, can you turn it so you can see the?
Ah, got it. Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, so you only had just that brief split second to grab, and then there was nothing to grab a hold of at that point.
Approximately how far down are they?
About 40 feet down.
Link will lower his rope of climbing, and hopefully they can use that to get up. And I will say the words to make it not itself every foot to make it easier for them.
Okay.
And Willem call out, Link, let's wait until we're on the other side, and we'll climb up the side. There's no point in climbing up to the bridge only to fall off again. Let's get to the far side and we'll climb up there.
The rest of you at this point are able to. The bridge is only about 100 feet across. You're able to get to the other side without too much trouble. And as you do, you see that there is a third spire in proximity. Link, you want to try to pull them up over on the side here?
Yeah.
Okay, both of you guys, he's lowering his rope of climbing with knots in it, so it'll give you advantage on athletics check to climb the rope.
Make our way over there, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, Willem, you can climb back up on the other side there. I presume you picked up your sword since you had it in your hand, and it likely did not stay that way when you tumbled. I guess with Featherfall, you probably could keep hold of it. And Nona, yeah, you're fine. You can climb up as well. That was even without your advantage. I'll just drop her again.
Yeah.
All right. Ryan, you and Grolid at this point are definitely within range, and I assume everyone else is coming up closer to this third spire. The path does veer to the left away from the spire, and then it's a much more narrow pathway to the right close to the spire. So here versus off to the left, it opens up to a slightly larger room than the one to the right.
Do I get a feeling for either direction?
Well, the spire is directly in front of you right here. That's the only sense that you get right now, is that you need to approach.
All right, so I'll head over towards that.
Yeah, you all are in close enough proximity at this point. Let me get another wisdom save, please.
Yeah.
Reminder, anybody who has failed, your DC is 1 higher at this point.
Wow, another dirty 20 for me.
Awesome, 2.
Remember to add your bonus if you're close to me.
That doesn't matter.
I assume at this point, Willem, since you've seen what's going on and everybody's kind of crowding around, that everybody can get that +2 bonus. You're not necessarily in your line right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a no. That's a 7.
Just barely made it.
17.
15 for me.
Link with a +2, that's a 15 for you.
24 for Anna.
Ryan saves. Whiskey fails. Link fails.
+2 from.
Yeah, makes it a 15. You failed. Have you failed yet?
No.
Okay, you still fail by 1 on this one. Anna's success. Nona, even with the +2, is a failure.
So this one was higher. Okay.
Yeah, because you already added your +2. So yes, Pix, you also failed. Willem is good.
Okay, I'm not going to metagame it. Okay.
Yes, you are correct. But also, yes, you are correct. Don't metagame.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Pix failed, Nona failed, Link failed, Whiskey failed. All of you take 10 points of psychic damage.
Oh.
Whiskey, you take an additional 1, so 11 total. Everybody who made their saves.
Okay, I literally fall to the ground. That's like half my hit points gone. Close.
Yeah, and even though everybody else is talking about the headache or the nausea passing, it's not for you.
And I start throwing up because I know what a migraine does.
Yeah.
So my head is pounding, I can't walk, I can't see, and I'm throwing up.
Half the party doesn't see this, though. Half the party doesn't see this because their eyes, again, glaze over. This time you all see the shadow of a dragon streaking overhead, nearly imperceptible when it dives in and out of the crags of the mountaintops. Its dark form hovers momentarily in the pink-orange light of the setting sun. Much of this range has been destroyed over the past few days, and you don't anticipate that improving anytime soon. You concentrate, mentally commanding the beast to strike again, and smirk as the cries from the men reach your ears and the dark necrotic power takes hold of their beings. And then your vision returns to you.
Oh, they're getting worse.
Whiskey, are you okay?
And yeah, you all see Whiskey just doubled over on the ground.
Whiskey.
Are you all right?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just
Yeah.
you know the whole thing you do when you like have a massive headache and you're just
Oh, trust me, I know. Yeah. Come on. Just
I need more of this
Come
stuff
on.
and it's gonna kill me.
here.
Now I have healing. I'm just saying it's just a waste to get healed again and again. This is not. I don't even know what it is.
It was a
Same
black
for you.
dragon.
Guess
What was
Black
it?
Dragon? Whiskey, it seems to be
That's not
affecting you
even
the worst.
part of the history.
Somebody was commanding it.
I very much doubt a dragon was being commanded by anyone.
No, it was being commanded. The vision was from the perspective of the person commanding the dragon.
Well, that's worrying. Yeah, dragons are proud creatures.
You don't think that crown from the previous vision had anything to do with that, do you?
It very easily could.
Yeah. Whiskey, are you sure you don't want at least a little pick-me-up?
Unless it's a berry, but I have got something. Let me
Yeah.
see.
All I've got are potions, sadly. And some water.
Could use some milk. Ow.
Just,
It hurts to laugh.
yeah, keep it down. Keep it down.
Ryan, you see
I'm going to
the path in
actually-
front of you, and then also off to the left. You don't really get a good sense for which way is better, just that you need to keep moving. What are you doing, Whiskey?
I have never used this, so I don't know how many doses it has. Oh, I think it has 3. Okay, Kiamon's ointment.
Hey!
I've had that since way back on
Yeah.
since the beginning of time, and I have never used them. So it does. How do I do that? Just roll the hits. 2d8 plus 2.
It is, yeah, you can swallow or apply it to the
Well,
skin.
no, it doesn't work for healing. It's only for poisons and disease.
No, it's fine. You regain 2d8 plus 2 hit points.
Oh, okay.
And then
yes.
if you have any diseases or poisons, then it also gets rid of that.
I would get rid of my. No, this is not an adult game. Okay.
You just got to rub it on the right places.
So how do I just do HP? Just roll?
Yeah, you can mod your. Yeah, you can do the 2d8 plus 2 in the HP mod, and it'll track it.
Oh, okay.
If everyone's in pain, I can do a spell. Just is now the right time to do it.
No, hold it. That's much better.
Good roll.
Yeah.
There's still this dull throb, but it's at least tolerable now, Whiskey. 14 points of healing. How many doses did you have?
I have 2 left.
Okay.
I used 1.
All right.
Anna, as you see Whiskey pull that tub out, you realize that the
a
jar
test
that you
drive,
just
yeah.
recently picked up is pretty similar, which I believe you also have in your pack.
I do, yeah. Okay.
I hate using my healing,
Yeah, don't
especially
blame
on
you.
myself.
That's why I offered the potion. But,
But we don't have enough of them, so this is fine.
better than nothing.
I'm feeling, since we're already right here, to go down the one closest to us.
Lead on.
All right, you go into a narrow corridor. It's probably not wide enough to go too wide at this point. It almost immediately has a left turn that goes into what looks like an open, larger chamber, or continues on further back.
I say the chamber, if I'm not getting any whispers otherwise.
Okay. You go off to the right and then veer to the left. And again, probably at this point, you'd be tight shoulder to shoulder as you move closer to the large chamber. But you could if you wanted to go shoulder to shoulder. Otherwise, I'll assume you're single file at this point.
Yeah, single up. Can't swing the sword if I'm shoulder to shoulder.
Ryan, as you exit and the chamber opens up, you do find there's a body at your feet.
Oh, hold up. We have a body. I take a look
Move
at
up
it
to examine.
Yeah,
and I make room for Grolid.
what do you want to do? Medicine check?
Not my
side of it to make room for Grolid.
not really my forte. Just right now, a cursory glance. Obvious broken bone.
That
Like,
would
is
be
it a
medicine check.
skeleton or?
That'd be a medicine check.
Well, is it a skeleton or is it, there's flesh on it? What am I looking at?
It does not look fresh. But how not fresh, you're not entirely certain unless you do a thorough examination. There's still some clothing on the body and is not fully skeletal, but it looks like it's getting there.
I check for anything on the body.
The body.
Make an investigation check. A 20?
Wow.
All right.
Actual, modified 20.
He digging through what's left of there. He's got maybe like 5 silver on him. You're kind of digging through the pockets. There's not really anything overly descriptive outside of the fact that it looks like he's wearing a similar outfit to the miners that you found outside.
Looks like one of them made it this far, maybe.
There might be more alive down here then.
Oh.
That's good news. Maybe.
If anyone wants to look over the body, if they can't determine how he died and how long ago, it's not really my forte, as I said.
I can give it a shot.
I don't even know. Let me see.
I'll take a look after you on it. If you
Get a +4. Not bad.
One of you can roll with advantage if you want, or you can both take make your own medicine
No,
check.
roll with advantage. I'll just help you.
Nice.
28.
Natural 20,
Nice.
28 with advantage. You guys just recently fought creatures very similar to what made these large claw marks across this body. He seemed to have been mauled by some type of dog-like creature.
Shadow Master.
Yeah, you're pretty certain,
Yeah.
especially as fresh as all of your wounds still are. And you gather probably about a month, maybe a little less than that the body's been here. It's hard to tell in this space exactly what it does to a body as opposed to where you're used to being from.
Right.
But it's in a weird state of decomposition, and then also because of the cold, you're not entirely certain how that's affected things. But it looks like it's largely been untouched after being killed.
Seems it wasn't eaten, or maybe it was just for sport. Maybe it was encroaching on territory, or because it was living. I'm not sure, but it's hard to tell exactly how long. I can guess a month ish, but it's hard to tell in this area.
Right.
In this wherever we're at.
Well, we know then that there's something here that might want to eat us, or at least kill us. Nothing more there to learn here, so let's move.
Agreed.
You step out into the larger chamber.
Yes.
Yep.
It seems to be. Well, make those of you who stepped out first, scroll it in, Ryan. Make a perception check. Just kind of take this space in.
16 for me.
Yeah, only a 9 for Grolid.
Okay, Ryan, this is a pretty large space, and it looks like it's actually been cut out to be fairly rectangular. This whole space has been a mixture of what looks like just cavernous, dug into the mountain, and then also here and there actual ancient structure. And this almost seems like at some point it was a room for some purpose. It's largely covered in ice, caked over in dirt and grime of years, if not centuries, and there's no noticeable markings anywhere. But that's the only thing you can place in a space like this amount of size, is that this maybe was a relatively important room at some point for whatever the structure had been. But whatever it was, it's no longer functional. It's just large, empty, and just as quiet and desolate as every place else you've been to so far.
I get the feeling this room was important, but doesn't look like anything's left to it now.
Pix will... Hearing that, Pix will try, displacing dirt and snow and ice just to see if there's any kind of floor murals or items.
How are you doing this?
Just by hand, just kind of...
You're going to dig up ice with your hands?
Okay, maybe not ice. Never mind.
That's what I was asking. You got tools for this, or?
I mean, actually, I think I have a shovel. No, I don't have a shovel. That's sad. Yeah, never mind then.
Okay.
Grolid still has a pickaxe.
That's what got us into this mess to begin with.
The only other thing that you notice as you're all stepping in here is that there is a corridor that leads off to the left.
That may be the other way we could have come in.
It seems like it. As you kind of peek down the hall, you can see just that dull glow around the corner of that spire again.
Guess
And
we turn
further on
around
the
and
bridge itself.
go back the other way then.
Alrighty.
Does the furniture look as old as the crossbow
There's not really, and it looks like this is the type of place that should or could have had furniture. There's nothing here. There's no furnishings. It's more noticing the size and the shape of the space that caught Ryan's attention.
Okay,
whatever was previously here, there isn't anything. What about the what?
What about the tattered of clothes? How old are those?
Oh, on the
styles.
On the body
changed.
here?
Yes.
No, Anna determined that this body's been here for maybe a month. If that. It looks like a Dragonborn miner.
Yeah, it's okay. It's frozen though, right? But yeah, okay.
Yeah. So it could have been preserved a little bit longer than that. You're not entirely certain.
It could be wrong, but who knows?
Correct.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the first thing that I told Ryan was that the clothes look largely similar to what you found on the miners outside.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like maybe a throne room or something like that.
Yeah, you get to, and Whiskey, when Ryan says that with your archaeology background, you get the impression that could have been what this was if you actually knew what this thing was, or you even knew the place that you were in. You might be able to have a better idea of that. But it does seem to have the right size and shape for potentially that purpose.
It goes back to my first thought where I said that people don't dig just to dig unless they know there's the minerals down here. These people were down here because they had a feeling what was here. Because the tracks are newer than the...
I don't know if the landscape matches the visions, but I'm going to maybe start keeping an eye out to see if there's any lanterns similar to what's in the vision, just to maybe give me a sense of direction.
Lanterns.
Didn't you say in the visions that there were streets with?
Oh, yes. It's make a history check.
Wait, okay.
Natural 20 for 23. Yeah, you're starting to look for lanterns and picturing what type of city would be dark and have magical lanterns all over the place. You realize you've been to one such city. It was only for a day or two, and then you left. But it seemed like very, very early Rosanna.
Okay.
Back when it was actually called Gordranus, not Rosanna. But yes, you can actually look for lanterns, but you know that's the type of thing that you're actually looking for. Is something similar to what you've experienced in Rosanna, if you want to try to make that connection. Previously, you have not seen any up to this point in the cabin, though.
That's fine. Yeah, I might just mention that in passing, but it's more of a just looking around.
Sure.
So, Whiskey, if you being an archaeologist and all, where and here, if this was a throne room, would they have like their symbol or seal or whatever it was?
Why don't you try searching the throne?
I don't see a throne.
If it's a throne room, there has to be a throne somewhere. Or a dais. Which would possibly make a door behind the dais.
You think it's worth looking around the snow, or?
I think it's worth exploring, yes. We will never be here again.
Well, I'll tell you now, it's mostly ice on the ground, so unless we've got something to dig through that.
We got a pick.
And I've got the ability to melt it.
It might take a while, but...
Yes, it would.
That's why I was asking if Whiskey knew where they might have their symbol or seal. I could just try to melt it real quick, and at least we might get an idea of where we are.
It's either there in the king and the queen's room in a drawer, or locked away.
Don't they usually have something like on a wall or someplace?
Unless it was picked clean. We only found one miner here. There had to be more.
They might be further in.
Or they were the ones that were sleeping and died. But interesting. Interesting.
If you want me to start searching the walls, I can, but it sounded like from Link's sword that it's best not to be here too long.
Yeah, the point would be is if those miners who died in their sleep were here, then they got back. Somehow.
But
All
they
right,
didn't do it by finding something under the ice in here. Or there would be a somewhat freshly disturbed patch of ice.
I say we keep going.
I'm with Anna on this. Let's keep moving.
I will, as an archaeologist, glance around the room to the areas that I would, and just kind of, as we're walking, look at them to make sure that I'm not missing something. I may not see anything, but that's what I'm going to do.
Make an investigation check, Whiskey. You know where you would typically find these things that you're looking for. Markings, seals, banners, some sort of dais. There's nothing here.
And it's a large room?
It's a very large room. It fits the description. It fits the size. There's just nothing. And you don't know whether this is just not what that room was for, or whether there's just something else missing entirely.
Yeah, the dragon that was here. He wouldn't need a throne. He wouldn't need all that. He is what he is. That's possible. That's to me in my head. But that would be, if I was a dragon, I would just have a big room that people came to. They wouldn't need anything. I am the authority. Don't need a seal.
There's another picture of just kind of the type of stuff that you're seeing all over the place.
Oh, lovely.
Grolid, make me an Arcana check, please. Ryan, you're getting a tug to keep moving as well.
That's a 14.
14. Okay. Your mind is still tugging back to your previous thoughts on where those creatures came from, especially seeing a fresh or relatively fresh body. It's not a completely decomposed body that was killed by the same type of creature. And judging by where you think this space is, there are other things that you know about this place that could be affecting why nothing quite fits the way it should. I'm trying. It wasn't quite as high of a check as I was hoping for, so I'm giving you something, but not everything.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't as high as a check as I was hoping for either.
Right. It seems like this conversation, though, would make more sense if you piece it together with what you know about, presumably, what you think this place is.
I'll keep thinking on it. Let me know if I get to make another check at some point.
Well, you let me know if you come to any sort of realizations, and then I'll ask you to make a check.
Okay.
All right, so Ryan, you going around or you going back through the tunnel?
Back the same way we came, and then I'll be turning left when I get back out to the junction.
All right, if it's easier, I can redrop everybody in. I don't know whether you guys are having trouble pulling them through or not. All right, so you move further in. Is everyone following? You all see Ryan kind of dip back into the tunnel.
Yeah.
When Ryan moves, Brolin is keeping pace.
Where'd my mouse go? Crap, I have no idea what picks went.
I'll drop everybody back in here. Ryan, you come across a sort of another fork in the road here. There's a stairway as the main part of the tunnel goes left, but there's a weird alcove if you continue down this pathway. You being able to see in all types of darkness are having a little less trouble sussing out. It looks like there's just a pit in the corner. There's not really a better way to explain what you see.
Okay, I'll walk over to it, but not into it, and look down.
Your dark vision extends as far as you're able to see, and you just see nothing below.
Ryan?
There's a pit over here. I can't see past. I mean, I don't see a bottom to it.
Then
Then let's keep away from it.
agreed.
Go down there.
Yeah, okay. I don't see anything else over there to keep my curiosity there, right? And no tugs that direction?
No. You never really felt a tug in any particular direction, but you definitely are not feeling a tug to go further that way.
But I do feel the need to keep going.
Yes.
All right, then I won't linger.
Hey, Anthony.
Yep.
Since we're still sort of operating on the assumption that this may be the Shadowfell, what do I, as a wizard, know of it?
Everything the group talked about last game session when you weren't here about it.
Oh, lovely. I guess what I'm trying.
You are all, at least you and Grolid, are under the presumption that the creatures that you fought the night before are denizens of this Shadowfell. So, and you have reason to believe, based on what you would know of it, that you are likely there right now.
Yes.
What specifically are you asking? I don't want to go through the entire spiel again. So what specifically are you asking?
I guess why I'm asking, kind of based on what Ryan said there, like what's supposedly like within the Shadow Realm, are there just like places kind of floating in and out of existence? Are there like limited like islands floating in the ether, or
the Shadowfell is similar to the Feywild, where it kind of is an overlay on top of the material plane. So very analogous to what you would experience on in that same geographical location. But it's just twisted and not right. But no, it's not necessarily just random and all over the place.
Okay. Would you say it reflects the material plane, but despite its twistedness?
I think you're asking what I just said, so I would assume yes is the answer.
Okay.
It's not a reflection. It
Okay, yeah, that was more my question. Like a twisted reflection.
Sort of. Sure.
Like a funhouse mirror.
Not really, no.
Okay.
More like
a dark reflection.
Yeah, it's like a dark overlay on top of what you know to exist, so that it's twisted in a way that is not quite as recognizable. And it's not like a one-to-one correlation. Like a geographical location doesn't necessarily have to be in the exact spot or look exactly the same in the Shadowfell. But if you were to go to presumably like the tallest mountain on the material plane and then somehow find a way to cross over into the Shadowfell, you're likely going to also be at the tallest mountain in the Shadowfell. Those types of things.
Okay. Okay.
So it's almost like multiple layers of the same spaces, but they're going to look different, they're going to interact different, and they're not going to be exactly the same in any capacity.
Okay. So,
Ryan, I assume you're moving down the stairs.
Yes.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all following, right?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Ryan, you make it down to the bottom of the stairway here. And as you round the corner, you find a fourth spire.
God.
Yay.
Time to throw up again.
Great.
Yeah, I need everybody to once more make a wisdom save, please.
Total of 23.
Woohoo! 25.
Nope. Failed. I needed like an 18.
Roll it, hit DC.
What?
You do all have a +2 unless Willem is really lagging behind.
I think if we find a fifth spire, I can
Yay!
kill myself.
Which make roll it, hit DC 18.
I had DC 16.
Pix got a 20.
I got an 18 on a.
All right, and you are all keeping track of how many times you failed. Who's failed? Who's failed once?
Link.
I have 2 fails.
Nona has 2 fails, so your DC has gone up by 2. So basically, it's counteracting the +2 from Willem.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it
Pix.
still gives me 23.
Pix, you only
I-
failed once or twice?
I failed. Yeah, I did fail twice.
Okay,
So,
your DC going up is counteracting the +2 from Willem. Also, Whiskey,
Correct.
same thing.
No, I failed 4 times. This is my 4th failure.
You failed all 4? I thought you made 1.
This is the 5th spire.
This is the 4th spire.
Oh, 4th one. Then I failed 3 times.
Yeah.
I thought you took damage regardless of passing one of them.
Yes,
You
he
took
did.
damage. You didn't.
I did. So it did make it. Yes.
He didn't take full damage, but he took some damage. All right. The DC on this one is a 17.
just barely.
Oh, that's nice. That would be 18, 19, 20 for me.
So, Willem is a fail. Anna with the bonus, and you haven't failed yet, correct?
Correct.
Anna with the bonus, Grolid with the bonus are both at an 18. So you both barely made it. Link failed, Whiskey failed, Nona's good with the 25, and Ryan's good with the 23. You're going to use all of your wisdom saves on one night.
Right?
So those who failed take 9 points of psychic damage. Whiskey, you again take an additional 3, so 12 total.
I don't want to keep going. I'd rather fight something than die with my brains in my hand.
Some of you, as your vision clouds over, you just see Whiskey just kind of slump down and sit at the bottom of the stairs, but you don't have a chance to react because you all see those who made the save. So Pix, Anna, Grolid, and Nona and Ryan. Your vision clouds, and then you find yourself laughing as he lifts your broken form by the throat, staring into your eyes as he watches, hoping to see the light drain for the last time. There's no animosity in his stare, only sadness. You can't help but laugh at his sad, stupid cow face, a Firbolg of all things. lured you out across to the Empire. That was smart. Away from the beacons, hoping to end you for good. Your laughing throws him off for just a moment, just enough for you to slash your scaly clawed hand across his throat. If you're to die here, he will as well. In the end, no diadem, amulet, spell, or weapon could help either of you. Just a good old-fashioned sibling brawl in the dirty farmlands that surround you. Ironic, yet poetic. And your vision goes completely black for a couple of seconds, and then clears.
Question. What was the color of his claws?
Make a perception check.
Yep.
The diadem again.
Furbog.
The diadem was in one of the stories.
You can't recall. You remember pain. You remember that you were about to die, and then all these thoughts running through your head.
Brothers.
Yes.
Furbog?
Don't you? It was the story of the reincarnating brothers constantly fighting each other. I forget where exactly we heard it, but these were
in the book.
Yeah.
Whiskey has the whiskey.
Whiskey, are you all right?
No, not going on. Another spire will kill me.
But staying here any longer might do so as well.
I'd rather fight something than take damage from something I have no idea what I'm fighting. Then we have to come out this way. And then there's 4 more of these things we have to go through. It's ridiculous.
We don't know that we have to come out this way.
There was no way back from where we came from.
There might be more ruins.
There may not even be going back.
There certainly won't if you decide to just sit here.
If there's 5 more of these things,
What
then
if
you'll be burying me here.
you might be able to at least teleport past one?
That's a comforting thought. Let's waste a spell.
Whiskey, you have the book, right?
Yes. Do you want to stop and read it?
I think we should take another look at that story.
I'll hand the book to Grolid, since he has the helmet.
Whiskey,
I'm not taking another potion. That's just me. Not. I'm just wasting them.
Whiskey, you saved our butts more times within the last week or so.
You're going to need those potions to save people when I'm dead, so hold on to them.
We're trying to save you now. That's the whole point of these.
You are just as valuable.
They don't appear on trees.
You're right.
I mean, in a way they do. It just takes a little bit of time from Gold and I to make, but the ingredients appear in many different ways as herbs, so.
Agreed. You're worth it, Whiskey, and we're not going to continue without you.
Let's just keep going.
Not
I have spells too, so.
That's fine, and we want to save them as well, so.
Who has extra potions that Gold and I made?
I do.
Give one to Whiskey, and we won't leave this spot until he drinks it.
Well, we're not going to be leaving anyway. You're going to read the book. So.
While Grold's reading,
yes,
just chug it.
Yeah.
Drink a potion.
Yeah. I'll reread the story.
It's in the. Is it still in the pin, Anthony, or?
I don't think I ever pinned it for you, but I.
You put it somewhere.
I repasted it.
That's why.
A couple sessions ago.
That's long gone. What's the potion?
It's exclamation point potion.
No, just a regular healing potion, I believe.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
going to spend all my money on potions. That's not the one, though. It's the second one. Sean, it's the second one.
Oh, I already have it pulled up.
I'm just directing.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this for a minute. I just haven't had enough in-character stuff for
Whiskey had mentioned it, but I was told that it didn't apply, so I just completely forgot about it.
Yeah, like I said, Grollet hadn't had enough in-character stuff to really draw the conclusion until that most recent vision. So, and Grollet will actually read aloud the story a little quickly. As quickly as he can translate, so maybe not so quickly.
I've almost memorized it.
Is everybody just huddled around right now?
I'm still sitting down, nursing my head.
Yeah, I'm with Whiskey, just trying to give him comfort.
Yeah, same.
I feel like smashing my head in with the hurdy-gurdy, but no.
No, don't do that. You're very good with that hurdy-gurdy. That would be a tragic loss.
You do see, those of you who have taken a quick look around at least, you're at the bottom of a stairway that is in a decently large-sized room. It looks like maybe a corridor ventures off around the corner to the left, but there's largely, it looks like there's a carved out archway that leads forward and further in.
I get the feeling I don't want to stay too long, so
Yeah, as the tale is being read, you're kind of having trouble staying completely focused because you keep getting that nudge to keep going.
I'll just slowly take like a step in that direction, wait a little bit, take another step.
You all see eventually Ryan is almost in the middle of the room.
Ryan, wait up a moment while Whiskey gathers his wits.
He's going to be our death.
Ryan, make another wisdom save.
There you go. You finally got me.
You see Ryan from where you are standing here. I'll give you a nice
overhead
shot
view
there. In the chamber below, all the way at the far end, there's something that your eyes are locked on. It seems like it's through the chamber and on the other side, and you just bolt down the hall and head that direction.
Oh shit! Come on.
No,
We
that's
gotta
me.
follow
Yeah.
after him. I think whatever's happened, he's lost it.
Grollet will
Facing
tap
after
the book shut and keep and start running.
Link will start running after him maximum speed.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
probably be last, but I'll pick myself up and
This
run
whole
after.
session was a trap for me with these wisdom saves, though.
I took all your damage.
All right, I'm going to put him here. I'm not going to have you guys go in initiative, but I'm going to basically have Ryan go and then everybody take an action. See if
I
you
will
can
go last. Don't
catch
worry.
up to him. Yeah, and if you just want to pass, that's fine.
Yeah, no, I'll go last because just put me last because I'm not feeling up to par anyway. So
You might need to do a quick cut scene to take us where it is that we need to be looking at.
Sure. Ryan at this point is about halfway into the chamber and dashing, dodging around the corner of the rocks. Would anyone else like to take any actions?
Yeah. I'd like to use my full action and bonus action to cut him off.
ooh. Are we in initiative or not? Because I could actually probably hit him with a spell.
You can't currently see him. Technically, from where you guys are, nobody can see him at the moment. So
I
Pix,
have
you're just trying to
spells
dash and...
Yeah. My spells, I don't have to see him. He just has to hear me.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's move. You're doing bonus action and dash.
Yeah.
Okay.
So move me another
5,
60.
10,
just
15,
following
20,
after him.
25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55.
Can't see because of the rocks.
I'm not really seeing anything but us standing in the room still either.
Yeah, same.
Okay, there we go.
Pix, you're here.
Yep.
Ryan is here, moving around.
Oh,
I too am only just seeing us in the room, not moving.
Correct. Yeah, from the angle you guys were on the stairs, you're over here. I'll give you another cutscene. You guys are here.
I'm
He
not gonna-
dashed in this
Yeah,
direction.
it's not changing for us.
Do you want me to try closing it and opening it back up?
I suppose, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, you guys, nobody can see him except for Pix at the moment.
okay.
Yeah. Grolid will, having snapped the book shut, grab out his potion of rapidity, chug that, and then move at all his speed.
All right, rapidity gives you how much more speed?
An additional 10 feet.
As soon as Nona saw him hold,
Have I had to use my action to dash yet? Because I would have used my bonus action.
You used
before
all
that.
of you're done, Pix.
Okay, I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, that's why I moved on to somebody else.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Thank you.
used all 90 of your feet. Grolid, you are starting close enough to Willem that you'll have an extra 10 as well. So you're going to move 50, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. You can see Pix from where you are currently standing. You cannot yet see Ryan from your angle.
Ryan, stop.
The stream is gone.
Yeah, he is rebooting
Okay.
Tailspire.
I've currently got Tailspire up.
Don't fry your computer. It should only take a minute for him to get it back up. All right.
Okay.
So Grolid and Pix are giving chase. Nona, you are trying to chase him down as well.
yeah, the moment she saw him stop running, she was on it.
You are technically within 10 feet of Willem also. So what's your move speed?
My move is back up 40. I went full kilt. That was 80 total.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 because it's starting within 10 feet of Willem. Grolid, that was also just your move. Would you like to dash as your action?
Yes.
Okay. 5,
So another 50.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, not another 50 because you're not within 10 feet of Willem, but another 40.
Correct.
Yeah, so you're
My
here.
apologies.
You can probably just barely see Ryan around the corner, but not really. Like, I would give him heavy cover if you were actually trying to, hit him with anything. But you can probably just barely see him. Nona got another 40, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. You can get right behind Pix. You have at least a line of sight on Ryan up here. I don't know if the stream's back up and everybody's able to see that, but
It's back up.
Yeah, it's back up.
Okay, cutscene.
so Ryan is here, Pix, Nona, and Grold is right back here in the corner. Anybody else back at the stairs doing anything? Or are you going to let everybody else give chase?
I'm dashing as well, so move me 60.
All right. Willem, are you doing the same?
But I'm not.
Willem and Link.
Link said he was dashing as Pix said it too.
5, 30, and you were within 40. Somebody else couldn't be moving then, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I'll be moving my full 70 to dash.
5,
Sorry, the cutscene put me in a weird angle, and I don't know how to rotate the camera upwards. If
the
I'm stuck
middle.
on ground, I'm basically looking at it from ground level instead of a top-down level, so it's hard to kind of.
The mouse wheel.
Okay, there we go.
I completely lost count though. Anna, you're somewhere around there. With I think that's the double dash. You might be able to get right up beside Grolid.
Okay.
There's Link. Okay.
And Willem, you said you are moving, or are you staying with Whiskey?
Willem is staying with Whiskey and will conform to his movement.
Okay.
I'm jogging so that my head doesn't explode.
Oh, okay.
$35, 40, 45, and then another 35. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Yeah. You guys are all kind of bunched in here. Ryan, you are here and are still fascinated with what's going on further down in the chamber and need to go see what it is. So
All
you're
right.
double dashing that way too. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Make a perception check. Okay.
Now
you
the
see,
bad rolls show up.
yeah, it's a 10 there. You see, it's still kind of hewn out of rough stone, but you see support columns around you as you're dashing past it, and there is finally some sort of a sigil, some sort of an emblem on a banner, and what looks to be some sort of a large crypt up in front of you. But you can't really make out anything beyond that as you're moving.
Nothing arcane though, right?
You've got no idea. All right, what's the group doing?
I'm going to use my movement and my bonus action to dash.
You guys are mostly running in a straight line now, so we can go this route. 60 will put you about at the doorway itself.
Okay.
Still trying to catch Ryan.
All right. Where's Ryan? There you go.
He's here.
Okay.
He is 25 feet, I think, away from you.
Mm-hmm. And I am...
Pix, make a perception check.
Okay. Also a 10.
Also a 10. Yeah. Since you walked through the front gate area, this is definitely the most built out that you've seen anything in this Shadowfell type of area. You're not really sure what you're heading toward, but it seems crypt-like.
Okay.
That was a move and bonus action. You're trying to take an action here, or what?
Yep. I am going to cast Grease right where Ryan is. Actually,
Okay.
no. I'm going to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
All right. Cast it. Target him.
Yep.
Target my soft spot and my vulnerability there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we've been around long enough to know what it is.
Right.
Everybody else just moving forward. Double move or a single move or what?
Full move till I reach him.
There's no benefit of upcasting. Okay.
You're 40 feet.
I will.
Nona?
I will.
Yeah, 40 feet normal.
All right.
That didn't... That's weird. Didn't target him.
You probably misspelled his name.
No, I...
No, it just doesn't affect.
Oh, you're
creatures
not
with an
in-
intelligence score of 4 or less.
You're not in initiative. That's why.
Oh.
So Ryan, make a wisdom save, DC 16 wisdom save, please. Noni, you get within about 10 feet of him, give or take. And you see him topple over as you start heading that way. Pix is casting some sort of a spell, and Ryan just doubles over laughing.
All right. I stopped him.
No,
Someone
no,
drag him
no.
away from whatever this is.
Yeah, Nona's gonna grab a hold of him, throw him back the other direction, sit on him.
Well, you already took your action and
Okay.
moved to get there.
Well, she gets a chance, that's what she's gonna do.
Link can probably get up by you, and that's about it. Actually, I think here it's a little slower than the barbarian. All right, Ryan, make another. Let's see. Oh, it's for the duration, and he doesn't get another save, does he?
Let's see. With target creature. All right. At the end of each of its turns, and each time it takes damage, the target can make another wisdom saving throw.
Okay, so Ryan, you're missing your turn, but make another wisdom save, DC 16.
Yep.
All right, so he is no longer laughing, but is still prone, laying on the ground.
Did Grolin get a turn?
You guys, I assume you just dashed up.
Yeah, I was trying to ask a question, but it didn't get the opportunity.
What's the question?
If I am allowed to be aggressive, I would
Sure.
use my bonus action to move. That would put me there, and then I would still have my action left.
Yes.
All right. Since I'm still not within arm's reach of him, I will.
You were, because you were moving at 40 feet, not 30.
Also, I would be in arm's reach of him then.
Yeah.
All right. So while he's laughing, I will just heave him over my shoulder and prepare to start walking away. But I'm now out of move.
Okay. Gotcha.
So, grapple? Restrained?
He's prone and laughing at the time, so not really any way to have to make a check on her at the moment, at least.
Right.
So Ryan, you stop laughing. You still feel like you really need to see what's down the hall. All of you at this point will drop out of initiative, or it's quasi-initiative at this point.
Yeah.
All of you that haven't made one yet, make a perception check.
Dang, go roll it.
So natural 20 for a total of 26 for Grolin.
18.
13 for Anna.
7
Sorry, Whiskey, I got your 17 there. Are you slowly following? Are you still staying on the steps?
Who? Me?
Yeah.
I'm following. Yeah.
Okay.
Willem and I are
So you and
following.
Willem are just
running
further
after
back in the
them
room.
right now.
Got it. So Whiskey, Willem, Nona, Grolid. Was anybody else 16 or higher?
No.
I missed.
Don't
Oh,
tell
Anna was
me.
13. Yeah. Yeah. So the people I mentioned, you see. Let me get back to Whiskey here. Move you up. You see a much more well-fashioned corridor down here. These look to be similar era Whiskey. Columns and support structures to some of the other building areas that you've seen and passed as you come down through here. There are 2 spires that are in the doorway, but it doesn't seem to have affected any of your teammates who have moved through there yet. They don't seem to have the same ominous glow. They look more just decorative in general. But what grabs everybody's attention that made that save or made that check is at the far end. You got a good angle there.
Yes. Well, we had. Now I got a rock.
At the far end down here, this looks like some sort of a crypt, and emblazoned on the front of it is a stylized claw that looks like it's painted in 5 different colors and almost like a pinwheel style color.
Oh God, are we gonna release Tiamat?
Wait, what?
Yeah, let's get him far away from that.
This is important, guys. Come on.
I will
Whatever
sit on
this
This is a
is.
trap, Ryan. Snap out of it. Get your own will back.
You released Tiamat on the world. You're responsible, pal. Totally.
This is a crypt. I don't think it's Tiamat that will be released. I think it's that brother, that past life of Ryan that served Tiamat.
Who will bring her back? Of course.
Ryan, this isn't you, or it's not all of you. There's more to you than just that. You're stronger than this.
Ryan, Whiskey is holding on to you currently and just has you like fireman
Grolid.
carry. Sorry, Grolid. Make another wisdom save.
I would like to. Never mind.
22.
Okay, Ryan, your head is a little more clear. You don't have this compulsion, but you have this intense curiosity that, like, this is what you've come here for. This is what everybody's come here for. You've got to see, what you're here for, but you don't feel this compulsion of I have to, no matter what.
I'm fine. You can let me down.
You're not going to run off.
No, but
Okay.
I think this is what we're here to see.
If you were going to run off, would you admit it?
Probably not.
Thought not.
I would like to
But I'd
insight
hope to
check
be
Ryan.
invisible by now, and you wouldn't be able to find me.
Does Ryan seem to be in his...
Ryan, Pix make an insight check. Ryan, either make a persuasion or deception check.
Not very persuasive.
Ryan seems to always be super shady, but at least right now, you get the impression that he's currently got his faculties and seems to be telling the truth.
And I did just tell Grola that if I wanted to escape, I would have already been invisible. So,
Okay, Grolid, I don't think he's bullshitting us. I think you can at least set him down, but don't stay close.
All right, I won't stay close. And I'll set Ryan down behind me. And then I will slowly start moving towards whatever it is that's in that room.
All right, Ryan, talk us through this. What's going on?
well, there's a reason we came down here, and this is the reason. I know it is. We just have to see what it is.
We came here to get Grolid. We didn't like open the door and just walk in and go, oh, we need to come down here.
But the whole reason we came out here, this is one of the reasons.
Out where?
The reason why...
Draconia.
Yeah.
I think your vestige is here.
This is not what we came for. We came for Link's friend and the dagger for Grolid.
Exactly.
Not to release dead people.
I don't think we want to release him either.
Then let's turn around and walk away and say, we were here, we saw it, take a picture.
I start walking after Grolid.
Problem is this. It
You know
truly
to
is.
snap him back. Just stay with me.
If this is Ryan's vestige, someone is going to find it.
How can it be his vestige all the way across the world? That's
Do
interesting.
you know where your vestige is?
He's wearing it, isn't he?
Wearing it.
I'm wearing it.
Because you found it. Was it where you expected it to be?
Yes.
We have no idea where any of these vestiges might be. They could show up anywhere.
Interesting that it was a fluke that we came this way. If it wasn't for the dagger that we heard of, we wouldn't be coming this way.
Whiskey, it was a fluke that I even found part of mine. Anna had it this whole time.
If Ryan is the reincarnation of one of the brothers, then the other brother will be reincarnated and the cycle.
I still
Over
submit
and
that you
over.
are the other brother.
Whiskey, you are
me?
the other brother.
No.
Yes.
No. Not the doll.
Cycles
This was
don't-
back. Go ahead.
Cycles don't have to repeat. We all have our own will. It's what we do with it.
You
But
think
now
we
that we
do.
know this is here, we know that someone else stumbled on it or near it. We can't just leave it sit here. Whether Ryan has it or not, it's not safe to simply leave out. Whether it goes with Ryan or goes to Rasana for safekeeping or something else.
Whatever it is, Willem, many miners and many people have died to come down here. And
Yes.
it's guarded by shadow things. So if you
They're
think
not here to guard it.
you think beyond that door, you wait. I'll be amazed if we don't leave a friend here ourselves.
We noticed that we haven't come across any of those shadow creatures.
That's interesting, isn't it? Considering they're down here and killed people.
Yet, if we stay still long enough, they might.
That is true. And for all we know, this is our only way out.
Well, let's take a short rest and find out then.
I'd help my head. A good dinner would.
Grola, do you find yourself directly in front of this crypt? It almost looks like a refrigerator, as like there seems to be this icy, frosty wisp coming up from inside of it.
And are there hinges, or does it look like it opens, or like a door, or does it look like it would open just by sliding the lid off?
It seems like some kind of a slab, yeah.
Anything else remarkable about it or its surroundings?
This bears a similar resemblance to the amount of cold that was emanating from those crystals when you got right up close to those. There is, like I said, this claw symbol on the front that is painted in 5 different spiral colors. And you can very clearly make this out now that you're right up by it. Outside of that, there doesn't seem to be anything other than make me a perception check. You hear various whispers coming from seemingly all over the place, multiple voices. Some of them friendly, some of them terrified, some of them angry. You're hearing, "Save us, must die, open it, no, leave it closed." All this inundated, just swirling around your head, almost as if you are literally hearing voices speaking into your ear, not just like you're hearing it inside your own head. It seems like there are spirits present.
I missed the first, like you cut off whatever that first whisper was. If that was intentional, then cool. But if it wasn't, I missed what it was.
Satan.
That's what I thought I heard. But
That's what I thought I heard. That's why I said it.
It seems like some were crying out for help. Some were calling for vengeance. Some were saying, "Don't open it." Some were saying, "Yes, definitely open it." You're just getting kind of all sorts of emotions, senses kind of hitting you all at once.
the ones saying "don't open it," are those the ones that sound terrified?
You can't really make it out. There are dozens of these voices all at once.
And I'll holler back to the group. I could certainly use another pair of eyes and ears in here.
I'll move up.
And let that Lego go in.
Coming.
And when someone finally comes into the room, like, do you hear the whispers?
Not over you talking.
Anybody who goes in further down the hall, go ahead and make a perception check.
I glare at Link.
Ryan, are you still trying to move forward?
If she will let me.
Well, you can make a check to see if you're going to squeeze through or not.
Then yes, I will.
Nona's giving him a hug.
Nona make an athletics check to try to basically grapple him, and Ryan either athletics or acrobatics to try to squeeze your way out.
21 acrobatics for me.
Let me check something real quick.
Anna, Link, and Willem, all of you up a little bit closer. You definitely are hearing voices. Willem, it sounds more just like wispy wind kind of going through your ears. You're not making out specifics of what these voices are saying. Anna and Link, you guys are hearing a little bit more of it, and it's similar to what Grolid was hearing. There are voices that are scared. There are voices that are angry. All of them seem to be speaking directly to you about what you should or shouldn't be doing right now. You got athletic check there, Nona?
Yeah, I was just double checking to see if I got the athletics advantage if I was only one raging
Only
or not.
one raging, yep.
Yes.
Nope.
Yeah, you get distracted when you realize Grolid is all the way up
That
there.
was a stealth check again.
That was a stealth check.
That's
didn't
natural
type
one's
stuff.
natural one.
Yeah, I agreed, but that's
It may be that you're accidentally typing S instead of A, and since there's only one skill with an S, then that's what it's going
No,
off of.
ALT. Yeah, I typed it right.
ATH,
What?
not ATH. Athlete.
Oh, and yeah, if it's doing
Yeah.
ALTH, that's the last half of stealth.
Yeah, that's my.
that'll do it.
That's my.
So it's at least
Yeah,
somewhat
didn't think
intelligent,
backwards.
but not intelligent in the right way. Whiskey, you see half of the party
Hello.
is now up at the very end of the hall investigating this crypt. Ryan has also now started moving in that direction. Nona was trying to hold him back, and she got distracted when she realized that Grolid was calling for help up in the front, and you and Pix, I believe, are the only ones back at the end of the hallway.
I'm keeping near Ryan.
So you're moving up as well?
Yeah. This is much like my reaction to my vestige. It was not great, but I trust in Ryan to see it through, just like you all trusted me.
But are we confusing his vestige with the gems in his head? That's a question. And I'll move up.
Okay.
He's being led by the gems. That's not his vestige. That's a detriment.
I think they're as tied to him as these vestiges were to us.
What are you all in
You're
the
right.
front doing? Are you just waiting for everybody else to catch up?
Waiting for Golan to tell us how he wants us to help him.
I was mostly wanting to see if y'all heard the whispers and if you could make out any more than me. So I asked, did you hear the whispers?
It just sounds
No.
wispy noises to me. I can't make out anything.
The other four of you, as you enter further in the hall, make a perception check.
I only hear whispers after I drink.
Yeah, they were. I'm hearing many different voices, some angry, some scared, some telling me to open the sarcophagus, as for lack of a better term, some warning me not to, some begging me not to.
Yeah, Ryan and Whiskey, you're hearing those same types of voices. Nona and Pix, you're hearing what seems like just wind kind of whipping around your head, but not necessarily what you would say specific voices.
Right.
Is there a way to determine which ones seem more truthful?
No, you're hearing dozens of them, and they seem somewhat conflicting, but they're basically tugging your emotions in all different directions. Some are crying out for vengeance, some are saying to save them. It's all across the board.
Well, time to roll dozens of insight checks.
You'll just have to read the story out loud again.
I don't think we'll find the answer.
No, I do trust you, Ryan, and if this is something that you think is for you, I don't want to be the one in the way of that.
Also, remember what the Everlight said in the temple. This Ryan in a past life has defied the odds before. Remember? She vaguely through the sword mentioned that his past lives were in conflict, but there was one in particular that did good.
That's not true.
Well,
Really?
No.
Something like that.
Nope. And I'm pretty sure you weren't actually, you ended up having to cut out or something early and didn't hear the rest of those from everybody else.
No, I remember.
That was not the
there
case, though.
No. Okay, that's fine. Never mind.
regardless of what occurred in any of our past lives, good or evil, that doesn't determine who we are now.
Exactly.
setting aside who we are now, perhaps we should focus on where we are now. And this thing is emanating the same kind of cold as that gem that brought us here, or crystal structure, which may mean that our way back is inside.
Well, there we go.
Is the door open? If not, then the miners didn't go in, or did they go in and not come out?
Perhaps only the one miner actually came through. The one
Agreed.
Whiskey, to clarify, there is no door. You're looking at basically a sarcophagus.
Oh, I thought it was like a door to a sarcophagus room.
No.
That's a curtain in the background or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that like a coat of arms then?
Yes, that was something that whoever, Ryan, when you first
Then I
ran
would say
through-
then I would say to Ryan, I said, "There's your coat of arms."
Maybe we should check to see if there's anything behind it before we open this.
You mean like a waterfall? A secret
Or
door?
something.
Make an investigation check.
Yeah, watch it be a treasure room. Full of
Groland's
grand
not moving.
artifacts.
Groland's standing in front of the
Oh, okay.
sarcophagus. He's preparing to open it, but hopefully getting rid of any potential surprises before he does.
Fine. I'll look.
You're looking behind the tapestry, right?
Yep.
Make an investigation check.
That's gross. 11.
It looks
Find
like
a
a
tapestry.
solid stone wall on the backside of a tapestry.
Yeah, it's just a wall, guys.
In
The
that
tapestry
case, I am
itself
going-
seems to be very old, though, Pix.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to really be tattered.
Well, I imagine, given the cold and its isolated location, had a decent chance to be resilient against the elements. Not a whole lot in here to get to it,
Or it's magical.
or it's magical.
GM, quick question. This area, is this related to my piece of family / village legend that may seem too amazing to be true from episode 1?
So
I believe what we had maybe talked about was that it was more likely that your legend was related to your own background, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of similarity. I just wanted to see if it was clicking or not.
Okay, I was just making sure that I hadn't misremembered or misspoke at some point. No, this doesn't seem to be related.
Okay.
I make my way up to the sarcophagus. I start to put my hand out to touch it, and then I kind of pause just a couple inches from it, thinking, I
got
can either
it.
screw us all up right now, or I can find out why I feel the urge to see this.
Allow me, Ryan. I'm already intending to do it, but perhaps better if the person who doesn't isn't you. Just in case. Are we ready? And he looks around at everybody.
Yeah, why not?
what can it do? Kill us?
Yes.
Theoretically, we should already be dead.
We probably are, but we don't know it.
Pix is fingering his
Head tells me.
stars and saying ready.
The headache tells me I'm dead.
You might want some salve to help you with that first.
And Groland will try to slide the sarcophagus lid off.
All right, let's see. Pix,
Preferably
you
not onto
are
anybody.
up in this general area also, right?
Oh no.
Because you were investigating. I'm just trying to make sure I know where everybody is.
Oh no.
Not near them.
Yeah.
I forgot to do the rogue thing.
All right,
Yeah,
make
you guys.
a strength check as you try to slide this slab off
is gonna hurt.
That's a 13. Not the best of rolls.
13. It doesn't seem to be budging.
That gives Pixar a chance to look a little more carefully at it. Maybe it's locked.
If it's your vestige, you have to open it.
Or it's just heavy.
It's a massive stone slab on there, Grolid.
Good.
I could use a hand with this. It's heavier
All right,
thing.
I'll help him and give him advantage.
Okay.
Wait, let's see if it's locked first. Pix?
GM.
Yes.
I'm asking if that's okay, since I already did an investigation check earlier. I know it was for the tapestry, behind the tapestry, but
Make an investigation check on the
all right.
on the sarcophagus.
I'm gonna do that back here with my mage hand.
Can you do investigation with a mage hand?
I can.
That's if you're disarming, I think.
Yeah, you can try to pick locks and disarm traps with mage hand.
Yeah. Let me look at the mage hand.
Investigation requires your eyes and your brain.
Okay, I'm sure.
I can investigate too if you need help.
Sure. I won't say no to the help.
Roll with advantage then.
Investigation.
So please.
24. Investigating the chest for any, or sarcophagus for any sort of traps and whatnot.
Are you looking for traps or locks? He said locks.
Oh. He did say locks. Okay, locks.
I don't know anything about rogue stuff, so.
It's a massive stone box with a massive stone lid on it.
So no locks.
Yeah, as far as you know, that's locked enough.
Okay,
it may have some sort of seal type thing on it, but that's not a lock, and may fall more under a trap thing if you're concerned about it. But you also know you typically would seal something like this.
Right. It may have a seal, but there's no lock. Now that I'm looking though, I'm more worried for a trap than anything.
Any arcane runes on it anywhere?
The only major marking that it has is that claw on the front. Yeah.
Nothing but that claw, really. All right.
Are we ready for Willem and I to give this another try?
Go ahead.
As I said, I'm hoping I'll give him advantage.
On 3, and then he'll count to 3.
Okay.
And so strength with advantage this time?
Yep. 23, that's much better. All right, you give a 1, 2, 3, and both of you put your shoulder back into it, and this is going to pop open, but it does slide. And just thunk, thunk, thunk on the other side. And the 4 of you that are up in the front see what everyone else sees relatively quickly afterward as a white dragonborn form sits up, stares in your direction, and says, "You should have let me open my own crypt."
Oh crap, it's a dragonborn that breathed on me.
Whiskey, you recognize this dragonborn, yes. He breathes in and unleashes a gout of icy breath.
And before that, I ran. I turned and ran as fast as I could because I know who he is.
Actually, Whiskey, I will allow that because of your recognition of this. I'll allow that as a reaction. Everybody else, you're not within 15 feet anyway. Let me see.
I just yell no and I run.
So yeah, the front 4 of you.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Let's see.
So what? A dex or a con save?
It is a Constitution save, please.
All right. Do we get any special buffs from the paladin in our midst?
+2.
Okay.
And which four of us are being hit by it?
Pix, Ryan, Grolid, and Willem are all in range.
Nice. 23.
DC 15.
Oh, damn.
All right. Let's see.
I haven't rolled
Check on
quite
that.
yet.
That.
My Dragonborn has this ability. Isn't there a dex save for half, I thought?
Thought it was
It
Dex.
depends on the breath.
The ice breath is Constitution for half instead of Dex.
Okay.
It's different for different effects.
Yeah.
So waiting on Ryan's save here.
Wait, which breath save gives me an int save?
I don't believe there is one for him.
Psychic breath.
Yeah, right.
So I roll a d20 plus 2 plus 1d10 and I get 6.
Ooh.
Oh, you did the Devil's Own Luck or something on there?
Yeah, I don't know if I did it right, but it did roll a 2, so I guess it did.
I don't see the plus 10. I just see D20 plus 2.
Yeah.
Plus 2,
Well,
plus 2.
Plus 2.
Yeah. It looks like his D10 rolled a 2.
Okay. Yeah, wow. 2 plus 2 plus 2. That's rough.
Yeah.
So Ryan fails to save. Grolid just makes it exactly. So Grolid, Willem, and Pix take half damage on a 27. So 13 points of damage. Ryan, you take the full 27 points.
That's fair.
I deserve that. And I need us to go into initiative in a second. Let me actually pull it up here.
Oh boy.
We're off to a great start.
Unfortunately, I ran. So that's my character.
That we should have taken.
Did I come into this injured?
All of us. Many of us.
Taking head damage.
Ryan, you might have gotten flanked by the ballistas. You guys
I
have
did.
not
That's
stopped to
right.
take a short rest at all.
Yeah, I did.
Like I said about that short rest I had suggested.
Outside of metagaming, I didn't see an in-character reason to just. Ace,
Someone rolled a 1.
the bad guy.
The colored claw.
Oh, better. Yeah, okay, that's
And
good.
Anna followed up with a nat 20.
All right. At the same time as this is happening, you are also noticing coalescing coming from the walls, almost seemingly pouring out of them, are a number of ghostly, ethereal type figures.
Oh,
Oh boy. Oh boy.
And Whiskey, let me move you a little bit further out of the room as requested.
Oh, Anthony. Has it been at least there's at least been one dawn since I used the magic wand of magic missiles, right?
Yeah, you need to figure out how much damage you've actually taken today versus the rest of the time, because you never, I assume, never did your long rest when everybody else did it.
I did it just before just before starting, since I
Okay.
noticed. So when you guys, during the recap, when you mentioned that we got a long rest, then I did it then.
Gotcha. Okay. That long rest was your one one night.
So let me go ahead and roll the d6 plus 1 to figure out how the.
Okay. So you do have Pix, Link, and Anna are up first. And then some of these other entities that are in the room that seem to still keep whispering as they go. I guess I need to actually drop in.
I used all but 1 last time. Got 4 back. Good to know.
There you go. Pix, you're up first.
Alrighty. Well then. Right.
It's pretty tight ranks right here. I can't necessarily fit you all here, but you're essentially like side by side in a space that you're not going to necessarily going to all be able to stay there because you're basically 4 people taking up 2 squares.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, no, I'm going to...
But that does mean you currently all also in melee with this thing at the moment. Yeah. You just can't all stay there.
Yeah. I'm going to use my bonus action to disengage. I'm then going to use my regular action for Tasha's Hideous Laughter on the colored claw.
Okay.
Claw. Yes.
All right, rolled a 14, fails its save. So he doubles over as if he's just thought of an ancient joke that is suddenly extremely funny.
All right. And Pix,
we just let him loose.
Yeah. And then Pix is going to back up and let the melee fighters. I'll use the full 30 to back up and get out of the way.
15. As you do, you're gonna get a swipe from.
No, because I used my bonus action to disengage.
Does that count for the entirety of your turn? Double check on.
Yeah,
that is a good
does,
question. Okay. Oh, it does? Okay, sweet.
Yeah, it's for your turn.
Okay.
All
right, I think that's 30.
Oh, there's a little ghoul thing there. I see it.
Yeah, that's 30 there.
Okay. All right, I am still not in a good place.
I can actually put it to your turn.
This whole hallway is a death trap.
Link, you are up.
And where am I currently?
You are standing right behind Willem and Grolid and the entire jumbled mess here. All you can really see at the moment, well, actually, if he has like flopped back into the sarcophagus and is laughing.
Yes, he is.
Directly beside you is this ghostly ethereal woman, though, and you seem to be surrounded on all sides as you look in either direction of more of these other creatures.
All right, I am going to cast Misty Step and use that so I don't incur any attacks of opportunity, and run following after Whiskey down the hall.
Nice.
So Misty Step is 30 feet?
Misty Step is 30 feet teleportation, then I have 35 feet of move.
That can get you right out to the edge of the doorway here.
Oh yeah, that was grand.
As you run out, you do see there are 2 ghoulish-looking creatures snarling at you as you run out the hall. Bonus
And
action?
do I still have line of sight on Mr. Giggles?
No, he, like I said, he flopped back down into the sarcophagus as he is
Sorry, not
laying
sorry.
prone and laughing.
All right, then I will target I will target the creature that was closest to me when I started running.
When you started running,
Yes.
oh, can you see her? You cannot currently see her. You don't have line of sight on her.
All right, furthest creature that I can see then.
Furthest one you can see, probably the one right behind Pix. I don't know where your camera angle is, but this one here.
Yep, that looks good.
That's Spirit 1. So let me see what they actually have designated here. Yeah, Spirit 1. So you all know on these designations there are 4 spirits. There are 4 women that are designated Snow 1 through 4, and there are 4 what looks like ghoulish creatures that look very similar to the miners that you've all been finding. And those are miners 1 through 4.
All right, so you said that was Spirit 1?
Yes.
Or Snow one?
No, not Snow. He can't see Snow.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, sorry. Oh, dang.
You do not have an action if... Oh, Misty Step is a bonus action?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Look.
And
So you-
it's actually going to add a 1d6 damage to it as well.
Well, you killed it.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
I will target the next one.
Next one for this down on the same
Yes,
side.
Probably across the hall from that one.
You can't see. You don't have line of sight on across the hall. You only have line of sight on the ones on your side of. But yeah, that same side of the hall.
Yep, so either way, I'll target the next one.
All right, so that's minor. I didn't label. Yeah, that's minor 1. All right, natural 20, 30 definitely hits. 13
Ooh,
magical
they're hardy.
piercing damage. Yeah, you did some damage. You had got a good little hit in, and he snarls. He probably actually catches you by surprise as you're running down the hall and likely didn't even see him until Link plinks him with an arrow, and then he just screeches right in your ear.
Yeah. I do thank Link for taking out the ghost at my back, though. Thank you.
Anna,
All right.
you got two ghostly women on either side of you, and then the whole mess up by the sarcophagus in front.
Yeah. I'm gonna ignore the stuff in front of me. I'm gonna try and make a path for behind me for anyone that wants to come back up. So I'm going to moonbeam between the 2 that are kind of diagonal. The one Snow and the one Minor, I guess, behind me.
I think that might be a spirit, not a Snow.
The spirit and the minor that's right back
Together?
here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be spirit 2 and minor 2.
I didn't even see that minor.
And that happens technically on their turn. They make those saves.
It does, yeah. I'm gonna roll it now though, if that's all right.
It shouldn't affect anything. Yeah, that's fine.
Should I not include the target? I can do that.
It shouldn't technically affect anything because it happens as soon as their turn starts.
Okay, so that's Spirit 2 and
Minor 2.
Been a while since we saw the moonbeam. Oh, it did do the damage and all that.
Yeah, we knew that.
Oh, okay.
Fourth level though.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, so the spirit made its save, took 8 points of magical radiant damage, and minor number 2 takes full 16 points on a failed save.
Cool. And then I'll get in my dragon starry form and buckle down.
All right, fair enough.
Cool.
Up next, we have the spirits that are not done been dead. So the one that you just got, you just toss into the moonbeam is going to move far enough that he's out. It's covering what, 10-foot area?
10-foot area, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's centered
Yeah,
on a
that's the
point,
point.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Those are all single points technically. Oh, this angle's gonna be killer for that. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So he's gonna move far enough out that it's not actually, yeah, we'll go here. Which will also give flanking.
Okay.
All right, so
I'm probably will be using shield on the first hit if it hits.
okay, got it.
Ooh, I don't like that. Ooh.
That's a hit. Are you gonna use shield?
I can't with a crit.
Well, you don't know if it crits, right? Or do you get to know the number?
Yeah.
Gotcha,
After I know it hits, then I can decide if I want to shield.
Yeah, so natural 20 hits, so 66 instead of 3d6, 20 points, and I need you to make well, you got your dragon form up, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to automatically make your concentration save.
Yeah.
Okay. That's that spirit. Let's see.
I thought Spirit 1 was dead.
Well, it's Spirit 2. I just selected the wrong one.
Okay.
Yeah. The one that got hit by the moonbeam, Spirit 2, is the one that moved out there. This Spirit, I believe 3. Yep, Spirit 3. Nona, are you facing the sarcophagus, or are you facing Whiskey and Link, who just dashed out the door?
Well, I was watching the sarcophagus, and I guess I might have turned to look at Whiskey when he ran by.
It doesn't affect mechanics. I'm just thinking more flavor of whether you're paying attention or not.
I'm gonna say I'm like still facing forward, but my head was turned as Whiskey ran by.
Gotcha. You feel this ghostly, ethereal hand reach out and lay a hand on your shoulder.
Ooh, we got colder.
Yeah, it does feel pretty chilly. But misses. You catch it out of the corner of your eye and just kind of brush your shoulder aside. It swipes through, and that swipe does feel kind of cold. And let me find the last one. Did I bring it out? Oh yeah, there it is. The last one comes out here, and Whiskey is its closest target. So Whiskey, even as you're trying to dash away, one of these spirits comes out and tries to touch you and like grab your arm. Oops, not number 5, number 4. Let's cancel, because that's doing something weird. Is Whiskey not in combat?
Oh, as opposed to I didn't hear that. Okay.
Everybody, yeah, we've been in combat for a while. That's why I didn't know who to target.
I ran away, so it doesn't matter.
You are actually up right after the spirit, because they're going on 20, you're going on 19. So now it can target you.
Oh, it worked out at least. Didn't break the initiative. The
reaches out and tries to grab your arm as you're running past, and you feel this coursing of necrotic energy move through you. Take 11 points as it hits. But it is your turn. After Whiskey is Nona, Ryan, and then Willem. Whiskey, you are currently running down the hall out the back. But yeah, like I said, you've got a spirit now that just kind of reached out and grabbed for you. And you've been passing spirits that are kind of coalescing out of the walls themselves as you've been running past. So you know there's quite a few things down the hall, whether you'd like to continue getting out of there or deal with one right beside you or anything else. It's up to you.
Am I engaged with it if I'm running or no?
Yeah, it's at melee with you right now. So technically,
I'm running down the hall. It touches me, and I have to stop.
You don't have to stop, but
well, I do. I'm engaged with it, so I can't keep running.
Yeah, you can.
You're not engaged.
You
when you're
can.
running.
You just potentially trigger an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but that's me. Okay.
I mean, there are ways of getting around that. You can use your action to disengage and then use your move to keep running, but you've used your action at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But you won't trigger an attack of opportunity.
But that would be the logical thing.
If you're trying to get out, then yes.
That's the logical thing, because I'm wounded. I'm hurt. This is even worse. So to me, so yes, I'll use my action to disengage and keep and run.
Okay.
Until I can come to my senses, because this just scares me more.
20, 25. So 30 gets you all the way out the door. You do see that there are two ghoulish-looking miners further back here as you've run out, but they're not engaged with you at all. You do have a bonus action, and you're back out close to the middle of the room at this larger rock formation.
So can those miners reach me?
If they run to you, but they don't have... they're not at melee with you. They're both about 20, 25 feet away from you.
No, do my cat bonus and run me further down the room. I'll figure myself out when I get there, but I'm playing my character.
Sure. So that gives you your full move as a bonus.
Not only was he freaked by the Dragonborn who killed him, but now he's freaked by these things trying to grab him.
Sure.
So
your Tabaxi move is, as a bonus action, you can move up to your full speed.
Yes, so it'd be 30 more away.
15, 20, 25.
I can
30.
easily go back there with a dimension door if I have to, but I'm gonna
play really loudly.
Yeah, just get myself together. I'm just right now. That was when he just realized who killed him, and he's standing there right in front of him. So
both of them.
Both of who?
Exactly.
Nona, you're up.
Well, Nona says, be a good barbarian, pop a rage, and then wind up stabbing the ghost that just tried to grab her.
All right, you're using your scimitar and shield still?
Yep.
Okay. So that would be Spirit 3.
Yeah. But yeah, giving you that scimitar was like the best decision. Nice.
Yeah.
There you go. First slash 25 hits for 11 points. Second one 13 still hits for 9 points. 20 is enough to kill it dead.
Nice.
Very nice.
Again.
Tanky Rager. Gotta love it.
Put it to rest.
Ryan. Further up down the corridor. It's still a little crowded up here. And you see presumably your counterpart laying in the sarcophagus, just gleefully laughing.
Does he happen to have a crown on?
I would say it's prominent enough that yes, you don't have to make a perception check. You see there is some sort of a crown on the head, yeah.
I would like to run up and try to remove it from his head.
Okay. Disarming is a strange thing. It's actually like a fighter battle master technique or something like that. I'm going to say you're not going to be able to do that unless you can get him disabled in some way. He's prone, but he's not incapacitated. He's still going to try to be batting you away and stuff like that.
Okay. What is next to me then?
Willem and Grolid. You
Am
mean
I
other creatures?
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm not sure if the character I'm looking at is mine or not. Is it on the right?
You're kind of perched up here just because I don't have any space for you. But technically, let me see if I can get all three of you guys up here. Technically, all three of you are actually up here at melee engaged. So you probably have 10 feet. You're not necessarily at melee with this female figure, but that is the closest one, probably about 10 feet away from you.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it to my friends to try and take this guy at the moment. I'm gonna try and cover their backs. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast that one and the one on the wall opposite of her.
Okay, so both of these females here?
Yes.
All right, so you have Snow 1 and 2 are your targets. Target number 2, probably, yeah.
Ooh, that sounds cool.
Oh, you just target Snow 1 both times?
Yeah, I tried to target one on each of them, but when I selected the one, it just went both on the one, so that's good.
Okay.
It didn't kill it, so.
15 and 18 both hit. 15 points total damage. You blast into the female on the opposite side of the hall from you.
Yes, and that would knock
So this
her
one over here.
back 10 feet, maybe.
They're right up against the wall.
All right, she slowed 10 at least.
Okay.
You all take him for now. I'll try and cover your backside.
All right.
Roger.
Actually, Ryan, I would say, yeah, you do push her back literally into the wall as this partially incorporeal form just kind of melds into the wall itself. And it's currently not targetable.
Okay, I'm good with that. Are we able to drink potions as a bonus action?
We've been allowing it, yeah.
Okay, I think I'm going to try that. If I can find it.
Just potion of healing. Exclamation mark potion space heal or healing.
Oh.
After Ryan, I assume you're not moving, or are you moving?
I'm gonna stay where I am, I think.
Okay, so 8 points of healing as you quickly down a potion, and then we move on to Willem.
Right.
Willem, he looks a little comical right now, but as you're staring down at this form, he's wearing this multicolored scale type of vestments and seems to be armed with some kind of a rod similar to what you've seen Ryan carry, and also a very ornate shield.
Yeah, no, he's already breath weaponed us. He's initiated the attack. He gets what he gets. What's his targeting?
He's the colored claw, so you can do colored, you can do claw, you can do whatever you want there.
Hey, Anthony.
Yeah.
Technically, by Tasha's wording, he is considered incapacitated.
Gotcha. Not for this, though. I mean,
no, that's fine. I'll just...
Okay, first attack. Smite.
Nice.
All right.
Level 2.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't input. Never mind. We'll tolerate it. I didn't update that sheet before we started.
So I can't remember. Do I have to target smite?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it dash L2 for the level, or is it dash space L2?
The dash always has to have a command, so L level is your command. So dash L and then space and then a 2.
Okay, and then target.
Also, Anthony, you will have advantage each time it takes damage, the target can make another wisdom save. If it's triggered by damage, he has advantage on the wisdom save.
Gotcha. I think technically the smite isn't additional damage. It just gets... No, it says in addition to the weapon's damage, so I'm going to treat that as 2 different damages.
Okay.
Okay, bonus action.
Give me 1 second here. Just out of curiosity, roll a d20, Willem, because technically he is prone, so you were attacking that with advantage.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Sorry, my bad. Almost, not quite.
That's so close. Oh, dang.
All right, so natural 20, 25 makes his wisdom save. He is no longer laughing, but currently glaring up. He's still laying down prone, Willem, but glaring up at you.
Before I do the next attack, bonus action. Using Channel Divinity.
Oh, that's champions who get the 19 crits.
To and use Inspiring Smite, casting 2d8 plus 7 healing points on Anna.
Is there a range on that, or is anybody you can see?
All creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you.
Okay, Anna's within 30 feet. You're good. She's only about 15
Is
from
there
you.
a snippet for
No.
this,
No.
or just do it? Okay.
Just 2d6 plus. Is it 2d6 plus your?
2d8 plus 7.
Gotcha.
And they're considered temporary hit points.
Okay.
I divide them, but I'm going to give them all to Anna because she took a big hit.
You got that, Anna?
You want to roll that for me, Willem, and then I can
Sure.
do the. How do you do temp? Do you do HP temp?
I think it's THP instead of HP.
Okay.
I think you're right. I know we've talked about it before.
17 points.
Nice.
Pretty beefy.
Yeah,
Give me a second. All right. Try that again, Anna. There you go.
Cool.
Sweet.
All right. Second attack, I assume.
Yeah, I'm trying to. What the hell's going on here?
Roll another d20. He's still prone, so you technically do still have advantage.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice.
23 still hits though. 15 points of magical slashing damage.
Smite once again, level 2.
Yeah. The L's level 1.
What's that?
You use a level 1 spell slot.
Oh, did I? Well, it's fine. Level 1 works for now.
Okay. So pump another 8 points of radiant damage in there.
Mm-hmm. Done.
All right. I assume you're not moving.
Negative. Already used bonus action.
Grola, just a heads up, that means I'm going to force you to move at the end of your turn if Ryan and Willem are both staying here, because you guys technically are both wielding massive weapons and not in enough space to do that.
I thought Ryan moved and was facing the creatures behind us.
He turned. He did not move. You guys are basically 3 people sharing 2 squares right now.
There's no way to step forward?
No, you're right at the sarcophagus.
I'll back out.
Okay.
And turn to face the opposite way.
Okay.
My smites are better against undead, Ryan. Help Grolin. This is your fight.
As you step away...
Oh.
Let's see.
Can he do an AOA while he's prone?
Yeah.
It'll be a disadvantage, though, right?
He is...
He's
casting a
also in a
spell.
box. Oh. Never mind then.
Can you cast as an attack of opportunity?
If you have...
If you have Warcaster.
Yep.
Ah, got it.
All right, let's see if this works. No, it's not gonna let me do it that way. Warcaster should work. Oh, maybe I should do... Will this work?
Does it have its unique snippet then, maybe?
No, I tried to do WC for Warcaster.
Oh.
I think it should react cast, right?
Oh yeah, react cast. Sorry, I was doing the attack of opportunity. Thank you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Ooh.
So, Willem, he fires off from the rod 3 multicolored blasts as you're dashing away. Plinks you with 2 of them for 7 points total.
Oh, crud. What level do you have to be to fire 3?
You don't need to worry about it.
Like I can.
Yeah, I know.
All right, now Willem is done. Double check. I thought he was getting other... No, he doesn't get bonuses unless he's got other stuff going on. Okay, cool. All right, these snow maidens.
Oh, boy.
The first one here re-emerges back from the wall and comes up here toward you, Anna. No, go up to Willem. And is going to also try to reach out and gently stroke you as you're running past, Willem.
I'm not really running past. I'm just...
Oh yeah, as you step back, yeah, she's there. This ghostly arm is just almost like the back of her hand is trying to run down the side of your shoulder. And you resist it. You kind of jerk your arm back. It's kind of creepy. Anna, I think that's technically the same square. Yeah, that's all basically the same square, but I'll move her over. Oh no, that was where she was. That was the flank. Crap. Okay, there we go. On this, this number 2 is going to try the same thing on you.
Okay. 21 or less, I'm going to use shield.
Okay.
Ouch.
Never mind.
Another natural 20. Wow. So 23 points of cold damage, and looks like you succeeded on your concentration or constitution save.
Well, what I am going to do is cast Absorb Elements for my reaction.
Okay, go for it.
For cold.
Oh, I think there's particular snippet for that, or an alias, but I don't remember off the top of my head what it is.
Whoops, gotta add myself, I think.
And it's still an initiative, I believe. Yeah, if you're going to use that more often, I think there is an alias that lets you do. You're still an initiative. You got to do I space RC. There you go. Yeah, I think there's an alias that I've got in there somewhere that'll actually, you can put in all the numbers and what you absorb and what you reduce, and it'll add back some of your health and stuff like that.
Okay.
So you're giving yourself resistance to cold until the end of your next turn, start of your next turn.
I believe it's start, yeah.
Yeah, and so you're reducing your damage to 11 instead of 23.
So it was 6 regular HP and
And at this point, just add it back as regular HP. It's likely you will take that damage again at some point before the end of the fight, so. But yeah, I think you had 17 temporary if you wanted to split it up. All right, and then yeah, so you've absorbed cold. Got it. I do need, let's see, your dragon form gives you natural 10 plus whatever your modifier is, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so you really don't need to roll unless you get above a what?
12? I have a +2 in con.
Okay, so yeah, 12, at least on that one. So DC 11, you don't need to bother rolling on. Unless, no, because even if you roll a 1, it rounds up to a 10. Okay. Number 3 on these very beautiful and very cold ladies. Just gonna step out on you, Nona.
Ice queens.
Well, given that they seem to be subservient to this guy, I don't think they're queens.
And again, she tries to kind of reach out and caress you across your cheek, and you are having none of it. Misses.
No, bad touch.
No bad touch. Smack.
And this one's going to maneuver around the back of you, Nona, and try to do the same thing.
Okay.
And even with advantage, still rolls 19, or rolls a 14, so no good, but you are surrounded by ghostly ladies.
Someone's popular.
We'll fix that on my next turn.
Grolid, you probably have no idea what's happening behind you because there is a nasty white dragonborn snarling up at you.
Yes, he's still in his box, though.
Yeah, he's technically prone and laying down at the moment inside the box.
So I will, possibly regretting this, bonus action, flick my thumb across one of the shark teeth on my wave bender.
What's the odds on a 6?
With me, about 80.
Great.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey!
I am actually disappointed. I think that's the lowest you've ever rolled on that.
I think it is, actually.
All right, so it takes 3 points of bleeding damage, but you see, those of you near him see, I assume, lightning? Yeah, lightning arc up the blade.
And then I will take 2. I don't know if slashes is quite the right word in this case, being that he's in the sarcophagus, but something to that effect.
You're gonna paddle him twice.
You know it.
Coup de grace.
Yep. And we just call him Claw, I guess.
Yeah, that'll work.
Sadly, one of them misses. Also, I get a nearly max damage on the other.
Yep. So 25 hits for 18 points of damage. Looks like your lightning isn't quite as effective as you would like it to be.
To be fair, is he still prone? Because in that case, you roll with advantage, do you not?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Go roll 2 more d20s.
yeah. I meant to do that. Should I actually just roll a second attack for the second one?
Yeah,
to
you
see
can
if
do
it
that,
hit?
and then roll an extra d20. Just crit fish.
So I will paste, and then I will get rid of the RR2. Whatever. And I still missed.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Roll 1 more d20 just in case on that other one.
And no.
Nope.
Apparently my
Fair
D20 doesn't like me anymore.
All right. Are you moving?
No, I will stay right where I am.
All right. Then we are to these ghoulish dragonborn miners. Picks.
Yeah.
You have one creep out,
I've been expecting it.
and it's going to say claws, but they actually are holding pickaxes in their hands.
Okay.
Because why not?
Indeed. Why not?
Swing and a miss. Yeah, just it's almost a feeble attempt at striking at you. It's these bodies have lost a lot of weight and fairly emaciated at this point. The second one comes around on the other side of you.
Oh, joy.
That is number 2.
That one's got advantage. Phew.
16 hits, 4 points of slashing damage, and you made exactly your constitution save. You have something up that's concentration? Oh, Tasha says laughter, but that's dropped now.
Yes, it has. Or is that con save for the effect of the attack?
No, the concentration DC 10 is your concentration check, but you don't need to make a concentration check because it's gone. That's what I was asking about. The con save is for the effect. Yeah, so it has both listed.
Okay. I was making
So
sure.
yeah, you feel like this similarly to what some of your allies were discussing in the last fight with these shadowy creatures, this pulsating through your veins that seems to make you want to slow down and come to a complete stop, and then you fight the urge and keep moving.
Got it.
Link. One of these miners comes and swings at you with the pickaxe.
Excuse me.
And swings and misses very badly. The last one comes around the corner and is going to try the same thing. And a dirty 20 does hit. 4 points of slashing damage. Looks like you rolled a 5 on your Constitution save, which is a failure. So you're currently paralyzed. You'll be able to try to break free at the end of your next turn again. All right, that's the miner's turn. Now we get back to the big guy. And I am first going to do a quick mod since I didn't update his thing. So give me one quick second. There we go. Okay. He looked a little more feeble than he should have been.
Fair enough.
All right. First thing he's going to do is stand up so he is no longer prone, but does not really have a whole lot of room to move around outside of that. So use half of his move to stand. He's going to...
I will potentially be using Blood Curse of the Eyeless if he doesn't attack against myself or Ryan.
Okay. Is that... What type of attack is that?
It's a reaction that lets me reduce his attack roll.
Specifically attack rolls, regardless of what type of attack it is?
That's a good question. Let's see here. It just says makes an attack roll, so
okay,
I'm going to assume that that's an attack action.
For spell attacks and weapon attacks both. That's what I was double checking on.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think first thing is... Got it. That's silly. I've got Mystic Arcana. All right, I'll do it this way. The two of you up front have a very clear picture of this. As he stands, he just kind of raises up the shield and the rod, and he kind of swirls the rod above his head, and you see 7 little bolts of light form over his head. And then he points one at Willem, who has stepped back but is still pretty close to him. And I don't even know how. Well, I'll just roll it separately. Willem, what's your AC?
Currently, that would be 17.
Sorry, what was that?
17.
17. And you're go ahead and use your blood curse because this will be a spell attack. All right.
Yes, when I want to roll Hemocraft dice for damaging myself, they're high. When for anything else, they're low.
Right. That seems par for the course.
Yeah.
Thanks for trying.
Yeah, it's not doing it. Okay. I'll have to do it separately. And I'll just roll an actually, let me roll it from here and see if that works. So 14 minus 2, that actually misses. There's a bolt go zooming past your head and on down the hall and just kind of dissipates into nothingness.
Thank you.
And I think that may be all he can do at the moment. All right. Yep, I think that's it. Picks.
All right, so I'm going to use my bonus action to disengage again.
All right.
And
currently
then
surrounded by undead miners.
Yep. I am then going to use my movement to go into that little alcove that the second miner that attacked me was from, just so I'm other side.
Back here?
Yep.
Oh, over there. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, just so I'm not casting.
You are standing in a moonbeam right now.
Oh, I completely forgot about that.
You would have seen that. Is that still where you want to go?
No, definitely not. Crap. Okay.
Yeah, it's basically these 4 tiles here.
Yeah.
So even stepping into this one will trigger it.
All right. I am going to move to this. Let's see. I'm going to move here then. 5 and 15. Okay. Now stop here for a moment. Look behind me and cast Scorching Ray at the spirit next to Anna.
Okay.
And the 2 miners that were surrounding me.
All right, that's Spirit 2 and Miners 1 and 2.
All right, and I am to make sure, I'm gonna send my extra ray and hope they all hit at miner 2. So I am casting this at 3rd level.
All right, Link, while he's typing all that out, your turn comes up. You will be making another Constitution save at the end of your turn. So you can.
Well, that's all I can do on my turn. So that's going to be
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
How many times are you firing this?
I upcast it at 3rd
gotcha.
level, so I get 4
So you got one
rays.
more. Got it.
Yeah.
All right. So you hit Miner 1 for 3 points. You natural 20 crit on Miner 2 for 15. Spirit 2 hit for 14. For seems like not quite as much damage there. It only took 1 point. And then Miner 2, I suppose you can retarget that. Who are you firing at?
If I could. Let me hit Spirit 2 again with the with that one.
Okay, so 7 reduced to with reduction is 3. So Spirit 2 will take 3 points also.
Okay.
Was it? Oh, never mind.
All right. And then I'm going to use the rest of my move. While still disengaged, I used what? 5, 10, 15? Okay.
I think so, yeah.
5, 10, 15. Not a whole lot of good places to be right now.
All right.
All right. That's it.
Go for it, Link. Link is no longer paralyzed.
Yay.
But that also ends Link's turn.
Unfortunately.
Or he will get paralyzed again when the miners attack him with advantage next turn.
Probably.
Anna, you are surrounded,
All right.
but you do have a moonbeam up.
I do have a moonbeam up. I'm gonna move it to there.
Okay. Gotcha. So those 2 will
Yeah, I will
make their saves on there.
I will roll that when you want me to.
Sure. You can just do it as a react cast.
Yeah. I could probably target each one at the start of their turn. Just let me know.
Sure.
And then, let's see.
Just so you guys can be planning. Coming up next. Oh, the spirits, and then Whiskey and Nona after that.
All right, I'm gonna use my bonus action to cast Healing Word on Pix.
Right? 60 feet.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I tried to get rid of that spirit for you. Didn't think they'd be resistant to fire.
All right. 12 points of healing. Pix is
All
looking a
right.
little better.
Yeah, thank you.
Not a lot. I guess I will stay put.
All right. 2 spirits left alive. One of them just turns to look at Pix.
Yo.
That's number 4.
Oh, excuse me.
And that's a miss. 14 does not hit. So you just feel the reach as you're presumably still trying to dart past everything and just swipes and misses at you. All right. The other one that's still alive is right up here on you, Anna. Are you readying shield?
Is this the one that's in Moonbeam right now?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
What's the number? 2?
2.
2. Yes.
All right. So before you see its arm reach out to grab for you and then just gets sears by your magical moonbeam light and is no more. All right. Then he is not doing that. And that's the end of these first turns. Whiskey.
My scorching rays were not in vain.
Okay, so Whiskey stops. As a bonus action, I'm going to take one of my 2d8 plus 2 potions.
2d8 plus 2? What is that?
That's the Cayman ointment.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Oh,
So I have to roll that. I can't.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to
Otherwise,
do
I think
HP.
equivalent to a superior?
No,
No,
superior would be
It's
4d4 plus 4.
8d4, d4, but yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah, greater is 4d4 plus 4.
Yeah, superior's
8d4
Oh, that's
plus 8.
better. 16 is good.
There you go.
Nice.
Take another spoonful of sugar from your ointment tub. That's what it is. It's got an application spoon.
It is. Super
You either wipe it on the skin or you swallow it.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't see myself, so I don't know where I'm at.
That's his hairball formula.
No,
Okay.
he had a dollop of cream to it, is what happened.
Okay, are those miners still out there? Or are they?
Yeah, Link is currently being flanked right now.
Yeah, just remember you can't move because you use your tabaxi speed.
Right.
No,
But-
that's not true. That's not true. You can't use your tabaxi speed again until you take one full turn without moving.
Oh, I always mess that up.
Correct. We had this conversation last time. The only other time you've used it.
Yeah.
So I can see him, and he's within 60 feet, correct?
Depends on which one. You can see one of them where you are, but not both.
Is the one I can see within 60 feet?
Yes, definitely within 60 feet.
Yeah.
I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you are fine, though.
It's like he's like 30 feet away from him.
Yeah, the one you can see is 45.
Okay.
Oh,
What's his number?
That one is 3. Minor 3.
Do I say minor 3 or just 3?
Minor 3.
Minor 3.
There's lots of third somethings out there on the field right now.
Is that minor space 3 or minor with a 3?
No space.
Okay.
If you ever want to check on any of that, hit the pin. You can see everybody in initiative.
Okay.
Yeah, none of these have spaces in them.
So Whiskey stops for a moment, takes the potion because he knows he's hurt and trying to get rid of this headache, along with an aspirin. And then in his head, he turns and he looks back and he's like, oh no, you killed me the last time. This time I'm killing you. I have the medallion. And he grabs the medallion and everybody down the corridor hears the Gertie start cranking up. And I cast Dissonant Whispers on the one I can see.
There you go.
Cool.
All right. 8 points, and he failed the wisdom save. So actually has to run as far as its speed allows.
Away from me.
That was loud.
Down the hallway.
As long as you tweak your sound effects sound, it's not too loud. Let's see.
I didn't have sound effects.
You must have turned it off completely.
Who?
You. When you
What
cast
did you
that, it had
Oh, I heard the sound effect. I didn't know it was me. I didn't do it.
20, 25.
Yeah, that was, I think, the like psychic damage
Oh, okay.
or the whispers itself. It's like a
Yep.
Yeah, that's from
ringing.
Avery.
Yeah,
Okay.
I added it in on the Avery sound effects thing. Yep.
And you can move me half my movement back because I'm going to start walking back with determination, but
All right.
not running.
with a confidence
With vengeance, actually, now.
swagger. That was the word.
And that scene that I remember now keeps playing in my head.
Sure. All right, that's 15. That's half your speed. You can see Link and the other miner, but you can't necessarily see down the hall right now.
Okay, if the miner's gone, then and he's not going to come at me.
There were two. You targeted the one you could see, and he's gone. There's one more out here, right there.
Oh, okay.
Focus on
leave
Link
me
right
right
now.
there because he's within distance. Okay,
Yep. All right, cool.
I'm done.
Nona, you have ghostly women all around you. And also a miner that seems to be running past, terrified.
What was that? Okay, well, anyways, I'm going to attack the first one that tried to do the bad touch.
The one that you're facing right now? That's Snow
Yeah.
3.
And there we go.
All right, 2 natural 20s.
Wow.
28 and a 28. Total of 26
Wow.
magical slashing damage. She is
Wow.
really and sincerely dead.
Again.
Well, I put that one to rest also. She looks behind her. You're next.
All right, bonus action.
Nice.
I assume you're not moving.
I'm a barbarian. I don't have one.
You have the
I
only
already
one
did
that
mine.
matters.
Yeah.
Rage.
All right, Ryan.
All right. I need to know, can I move or jump on the other side, his backside, so I'm opposite of Grolid?
That massive slab is taking up that space. I would say if you went over there, you would lose whatever advantage you'd have because I'd make you have disadvantage to even stay in that space.
Okay.
So if you're looking for flanking, it would basically mitigate your flanking.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and unleash 2 Eldritch Blasts on him at the moment.
All right.
The War of the Eldritch Blast. Ooh, nice.
All right, 11 misses. Your first blue wisp heads in his direction, and he just kind of raises the shield and bats it away. The second one hits, 14 points of magical force damage.
All right. And I would like to actually take a bonus action. I don't know how to do this, though. I would like
Just
to
fly into
cast Shadow Blade.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how to do the bonus action like that.
You cast Eldritch
You just cast
Blast.
normal.
Shadow Blade, yeah, I guess is a. Yeah, you're fine.
Now, I will say that is an at least how it works in here. It's like it's sort of a spell attack. So unless you're attacking with it, it'll be weird since there's no target.
So does that mean I just cast it and it's there ready to use on
You
my
basically
next
you'll
turn?
use a spell slot. You might as well wait until you go to attack for the first time with it.
Exactly. And then every other time you attack with it afterwards, just do the recast snippet, so it doesn't take another spell slot.
I believe it's an alias, not a snippet.
Fair enough.
I'll have to ask at the time since I won't cast it this time. Did he get moved back 10 feet?
5 is about all you've got. So you
Okay.
basically knocked him out of the sarcophagus, and he's now just kind of standing back where you wanted to go before.
All right. And then he's also slowed by 10.
Okay.
He doesn't have to go far. All of his targets are right in
All
front
right,
of him.
Willem.
Okay. The lady who just tried to harass me.
Yeah. Willem also says no to the bad touch.
Yep, that would be Snow 1. I don't think he's moving anywhere though. I got it. After Willem are the Snow Maidens, whatever is left of them when he's done, and then Grolid.
That one missed. Second attack.
All right.
Smite.
You don't need to.
12 hits, 12 damage. This lady is dead.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Just kind of dissipates into just wispy, cold smoke, and it's gone.
Let me double check. How many channel divinities do I get in a day?
Just one at this level.
Okay.
You'll eventually have 2, but it won't be for a while, I don't think.
Yeah, okay. Already beat that. Don't think I have any other bonus. New. Okay. Done. Not moving.
All right. The other lady gonna stay where she is and keep trying to bad touch you, Anna. I think she's 2. 17 points or 17 hits.
Can I shield?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
Yep.
wait for. All right, so cast shield, and I guess give yourself 13 points of hit points back. And that's it for her. The other one is back here still with Nona, so she's going to try the same thing. Oh, I already moved to roll its turn.
Oh.
There we go. And still is having trouble reaching out. It's an awkward exchange for both of you. Nona, she's reaching out and doesn't really know how to bad touch you in a way that would be bad, that you would not enjoy.
Nona, also
trying to
give
crush my
yourself 3 hit points back because the earlier roll attack did hit you.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, Grolin apparently unarmed strike Nona from down the hall.
I was wondering about that.
His reach is amazing.
Apparently.
Giggity.
The Shadowfell works in mysterious ways.
That it does.
It looks good. Deal,
You
right?
got my right.
Now Grolin. You are technically 10 feet away from this colored claw entity with a large stone sarcophagus between the two of you.
Sorry.
I'm okay with using extra movement to get into a position to attack him. Is that a doable thing?
Yeah, I mean, you can try to squeeze through. It's tight, especially with the greatsword, but it's doable.
Well, it's actually the Wavebender, which may actually even be longer than the greatsword.
Yeah, yeah, you're fine.
Okay. So in that case, I will take the steps forward that are necessary.
Instead of wide sweeps, you have to do like stabs with it.
Yeah, stab them with a toothy oar. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's more like a draw attack.
Dude,
I will pass.
don't matter if it's a blunt weapon if it goes through and
And takes his 2 attacks. Cannot hit with both of them to save his life.
Oh, you got the second one.
And yeah, getting through to there threw off my initial attack, but I recovered. And then
it's going to soak some of that. I think just the lightning damage, actually.
Yeah, just the 1 point of lightning damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Oh, that shouldn't have taken up a spell slot. You actually see, Grolid, one of the panels on the shield, the part that is, what color is lightning? Drawing a complete blank.
Blue.
Yeah, the blue part of the shield actually glows momentarily when your blow strikes, and you feel like, yeah, just all of that lightning just got sucked into the shield.
Also, do you give yourself 1 hit point back?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
Oh, that's the minor.
You gave me the minor.
That's weird.
The Shadowfell works in mysterious ways.
He will live to fight another day with that 1 extra hit point that I'm not going to bother changing.
And I
Minor
really
one
don't have a whole lot of bonus actions
with arcane power.
I do have a few, but I don't have any that I'm going to use right now, so that would be my turn.
All right. Speaking of minors, Anna, go ahead and roll for that one that's in your moonbeam. So
Sure,
we know
what's
whether we
number?
need to. He is number 2, minor 2.
I'm currently on fire, at least on the stream.
All right,
Burn,
down
baby,
one more
burn.
minor. That's 15 points radiant damage. Rolled a 2,
Ooh.
natural 2 on the Constitution save, so he's dead. So got a couple more
minor
minors
2
up.
is already dead, though.
Oh, that's right. I did kill minor 2.
I must have killed off 1 instead.
No, minor 1 is bloodied.
No, I'm saying I must have killed off minor 1 on the screen. He's probably minor 1.
Yeah, I know 1 and 2 are the ones near attacking me.
Would you like me to roll again?
No, it's fine. I'll mod it.
Sorry.
Okay, still dead. I just basically just need to take him off the map.
Huzzah.
All right, this one that is no longer running away feels more inclined to come around and try to bad touch your kneecap. Nona,
Or nipple on your ankles.
bad touch your kneecap with his pickaxe. It's I think number 3 or 4, one of the two. 23 hits. You reduce the damage down to 4 points of slashing damage, and as you feel this paralysis start to grab hold of you, you fight it off. You seem to be okay for now. And the last one is still out here on Link, who, yes, is going to try to make him lose another turn. And swings wide with the pickaxe. No good. So
Huzzah, thanks for no advantage.
All right, back around to the claw.
And we'll again be using my blood curse of the eyeless if he is doing something, which I assume he is.
Gotcha. Okay. Yes. Go ahead and roll it.
That'll be a -6 to his attack roll.
Okay.
Good going.
Anna, he's actually taken a sending one of those motes that's hovering above his head, flying towards you. So we'll reduce what this roll is by 6. Does a 20 hit?
I believe my shield is still up.
It is. What is your shield increase to?
22.
Okay.
Oh.
Then yeah, it bangs off of that magical shield, and nothing more happens for that.
Grold, you just saved Anna.
The blood rushes over his eyes. Spoils his aim just enough for her shield to kick it to get in the way.
Yeah, he
Shoot
kind
it
of
straight up in the air.
he snarls and glares at you, and then turns and actually tries to just full on smash you with let's see, with his buckler. And as he's doing that, he's actually infusing booming blade into it. Let's see.
It also has lightning damage too, doesn't it? Because of the absorb elements.
Yep. There's quite a bit going on here.
Yeah. Oh boy.
All right.
I'm wishing I had amplified that, but oh well.
All right, Joe, you've done booming blade before. If I'm doing this with a particular weapon, do I need to cast it as booming blade and then select a weapon, or how does it know what I'm using?
I believe Booming Blade is a snippet at the end, so it's just BB
BB.
at the
That's
end.
right. Yep. Thank you.
All right, let's see this monster of the command.
And that's 1d6 on the absorb, correct?
Yes, it is 1d6 of the triggering type of damage. So
This
lightning.
says, why does it say extra 5d6? Oh, because it thinks I upcast it, but it actually was not part of my spell slots. That was part of the weapon. Got it. Okay. Double checking. Yeah. Okay. Smashes you. Just there's like a claw actually sticking out of the front of the shield itself, and he just shoves those talons just directly into your shoulder, Grolid. You feel 14 points total damage. Is that right? A D8 plus 6. Oh, it didn't do the booming blade. I don't know why I didn't do booming blade. That's another 2d6, correct?
Isn't booming blade only if I move?
At his level,
At higher levels, it
it's
does
probably
extra
just
damage.
one d8 extra. I think is a d8.
Booming blade, this says 2d8, and then if the target is moving, it's 3d8.
Okay. Depending on the level, that's correct.
And then at 5th level, the melee attack deals an extra 1d8 thunder damage to the target it hit.
Yeah, I'll pull it up here real quick. Actually, we can all pull it up because we have the technology.
Yeah, I mean, I've got it right here in front of me.
Just so everybody can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you willingly move 5 feet or more before the start of his next turn, then you take additional damage. Yeah,
Again,
so
the,
extra 3d8.
No. The once it's saying there at 5th level, the melee attack deals an extra d8 on the hit.
Sorry, 2d8. Is
Yeah. Yeah. And
and the
2d8
3d8 is later. Got it.
Yeah, so it's going to be 2d8 because he's at least 11th level. So it's going to be 2d8 damage now, and then 3d8 if I move.
If you decide to move.
I don't think I'm
willingly,
going to, because I think I'm probably going to drop now. Oh, no, not
No.
quite.
Grolwood holding firm at 3 hit points. Takes 8 points of thunder damage, along with the infusion of lightning damage, retaliating back on your own lightning that you force into the shield. And then that shield's pretty baller on its own too.
Yeah.
But I think that was bonus action and that was action. So that's it for this guy. And he is not going to try to step away and provoke an attack of opportunity on you. Pix, we are up to you.
Right. Cool. What is the
Just a heads up,
number
we
of-
have Pix and then Link, non-paralyzed Link, and then Anna.
All right. What's the number of the spirit right next to me?
That's a good question. That is Spirit 4. It would probably take it regardless because all the other spirits are dead.
Nah, fair. There. Casting my own Shadow Blade.
All right. Shadow Blade will definitely finish it off. 12 hits. These guys are not too hard to hit, and 16 points of magical psychic damage. He
Yep.
is gone. You hear a scream come from this one as you're kind of piercing the psyche of it.
All right, and I am going to move around back to the miner, and that was my that was my bonus action to cast and my attack to my action.
Right, you just
to
have your move. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Got it. Link. You got one miner right in front of you.
Yep, Link is going to cast Zephyr Strike.
All right.
And Link can now move without an attack of opportunity. He's going to step back 30 feet. Actually, he's going to step back 35 feet or so.
20, 25, 30, 35. I mean, it puts you right beside another ghostly figure. But...
more towards where Whiskey went.
Oh, gotcha. 5,
You
10,
can really put me right next to Whiskey for the moment.
15, 20. 20 will put you basically right beside Whiskey. Do you want to go further?
And then I'm going to attack
25.
this miner that was plunging me and
Sure.
pissed me off. I am going to use the bonus from the Zephyr Strike, and also I get advantage on that from the Zephyr Strike, and then I am going to use Sharpshooter.
All right. All of the vengeances
Yes.
on this poor miner you were sent to rescue.
Right.
All right, 23 definitely hits. 28 definitely is plenty of damage to kill it dead. Whiskey, you see Link draw the bow back so forcefully and let the arrow fly so hard that he actually pins this undead creature to the wall. Like the arrow just sticks in between a wedge and the stone.
Possible?
And then Link is going to move forward enough so he can aim down the center of this thing
And shoot again.
and shoot again.
You said
Just
you moved
shoot the big
25?
guy.
What was that?
You said you moved 25?
Yeah.
Okay,
Shoot
30,
the big guy.
35, 40, 45. Are you wanting to just move parallel to it, or do you want to move closer to the door again?
Can I see the big bad all the way at the end?
You can definitely see him. I imagine you probably have range too. You got 120 feet?
600?
I don't think 600 is right at all.
Because my sharpshooter, I get 600.
It doesn't extend your range. It just makes you so you don't have
I want to
disadvantage
say
on.
600. He has to roll a disadvantage.
No,
The
that's-
sharpshooter eliminates the disadvantage. I just don't think 600 is right.
120 is normal, 600 is max.
Okay. Yeah, it's 110. 110 to 115, somewhere around there.
So we're still good either way.
Yeah.
I'm also going to try and hit him with sharpshooter.
Okay. Go for it. All right, 17 with sharpshooter is a miss. So the arrow zips past. You guys hear it just go flying and strike the back wall. All right, I believe that wipes you out completely, right?
Yep.
All right, Anna.
All right, bonus action. I'm gonna have a healing word for Grolid.
Got a few words with Grolid about healing.
A few words.
All right, Grolid heals 15 points. Double digits never look so good.
All right, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna provoke an attack of opportunity with this creature next to me.
Okay. Let's see what he's called. Life Drain. Your shield is technically no longer up, right?
Correct.
All right. It rolled a 14. It's going to hit you. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be telling you on the shield.
Nope, that's fine. The creature that's in front of Nona right now. What is that one?
Oh, hang on. You take 13 points cold damage.
Yep.
And you failed your Constitution save.
Okay.
So your hit point maximum.
Wait, why did I fail that?
Sorry.
Concentration.
It's not concentration, it's Constitution. Do you still have bonuses on that one?
Let me double check. Might just be for maintaining spell.
No, it does say intelligence, wisdom check, or Constitution saving throw. Oh, no, it's only to maintain concentration. Yeah, so this one doesn't apply.
Okay.
So yeah, your maximum hit points are currently reduced by 13.
Okay.
All right, go for it. You are not paralyzed or anything.
Okay. The creature in front of Nona right now
is number 4. Snow 4. All right, cast Thorn Whip. Okay, so I know what you're doing. Describe to everybody else what's happening here.
So I am using Thorn Whip, and you guys see this like vine that kind of comes up, and like the thorns kind of just press into her and yanks her into the moonbeam.
Yep.
Nice.
Back 10 feet.
Only 10?
Maybe. Yep, 10.
Then not quite into the moonbeam.
I thought she was closer, so never mind.
Let me double check here. Yeah, that's 10.
I thought the squares were a little smaller, or a little bigger.
Sorry, yeah, I thought that's what you were doing. I thought you had the room too.
I just
looks
thought
like you had.
Yep.
Yeah, you needed 15 for it.
Okay.
So moving it closer and pulled it away from Nona, but she is pulled and not moving of her own accord. So Nona, you don't get an attack of opportunity either. That was a good thought. I thought it was going to work too.
I wouldn't have moved if that. It's fine. It's fine. It's done. That's it for me.
All right. All the spirits are gone. Whiskey.
Okay.
The hallway, at least the entryway to the hall, is now clear.
Move me up there. Guess I can get there in 30.
10, 15, 20 puts you right at the entryway to the hall.
How far is Claw from me?
At this point, about 90 to 95 feet.
Perfect.
You do technically, I think, have 10 more feet of movement if you need to use it.
There's no ghost in front of me, right?
Not directly in front of you, no.
Okay,
It's clear until about halfway down.
Move me the 10 more feet,
All right.
and you'll have to run me through. I'm going to use my circlet.
Okay. So exclamation mark, circlet. and then target him 3 times.
And he is what, claw?
Claw is fine, yeah. After Whiskey, we have Nona, Ryan, and then Willem.
Let's see if this works. Circulate. That should be right. Nope.
No, circlet, not circulate.
What is wrong with me?
You're trying to be British or something. I don't even think that's British.
I failed 101.
That circulet is made of aluminium.
That's it.
Of course.
Wow, didn't take much damage.
It's going to be less.
Yeah, first blast miss whizzes by his head. The second one gets soaked up by some of the like the shield that he's holding. It doesn't seem to do a whole lot of damage.
Well,
so 9 points total damage there.
anybody within 30 feet of me that I can see?
You got quite a few people.
Is Nona within 30 feet of me?
Nona's within 30 feet, Pix is within 30 feet, and Link behind you is within 30 feet for sure. Beyond
But
that,
Nona is engaged, right? Or was
Nona and
engaged?
Pix are both flanking currently a creature.
Wait, can you double up on resistances like that?
This is after his turn. What do you mean double up on resistances?
Oh, I thought he naturally had like resistance to a bunch of the elements.
He does. He's just soaking that D6.
Okay, I was just curious. I was like, wait, so he's like, it takes a 4th?
He did take some damage, but yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see those of you who are up close enough to see this as some of the fire hits. It just kind of sizzles on the shield, and the red part of the shield lights up and then fades back out.
Is just for future reference, is he wearing a metal crown?
You can't see very well from here, but presumably yes.
Okay.
There's
This is
something
for-
atop his head.
This is for Pix.
All right. Pix has inspiration.
Yay!
I am done.
All right.
Excuse me.
Nona.
Yep.
Out of curiosity, real quick, what's the lighting in here? Is it bright, dim?
It's not great lighting. I haven't been making you guys roll disadvantage, but it is relatively dim. Now, Nona created a moonbeam, but like we were talking about, the visibility isn't necessarily as bright as it should be in a place like the Shadowfell.
I know why he's asking.
Rihanna.
Just want to have this typed up and ready.
Yep.
Yeah, because I'm not giving you disadvantage on all of your attacks, I'm also not going to allow the Shadow Blade bonus, if that's what you're asking. Otherwise, we'll start the fight over, and I'll make all of your attacks with disadvantage.
No, we're good. We're good.
So that's a minor. Which
The
number?
miner that you're facing right now is number 3, the last of the miners. Hey guys, you did your job. You found the miners.
Yay!
Yay!
What was left of them?
Souls?
Oh no, this is their
illegal.
bodies.
It's illegal
Okay.
to play with minors.
No new making an attack there.
Yep.
All right. Ryan, you're up next, and then Willem after that. All right, 2 nice slashes again. 20 hits, 14 hits for 23 total damage, and the second swing brings him down.
Nice.
There's just like a whimper, and he drops the pickaxe and then just like drops to his knees and topples over. In the end, he did put up a bunch of resistance.
Yeah, and
again.
we're picturing a little swipe and then slash head go flying somewhere.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. And Pix says, "Giving that to you was my best decision."
It is
Nona,
a
are
good
you
weapon.
moving?
Actually, yeah. I'll go up to the ghost.
All right.
And that's it for right now.
Fair enough. Ryan.
Okay, for Shadow Blade, you said I do that just like a regular spell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just make sure you're targeting the claw.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah. So it'll add the damage. Something didn't do right.
Okay.
Paste in what you put in. Put in like quotes or something.
Yeah.
I have a feeling I know. If your spells have more than one word, either just use the first word or put it all in quotation marks. That is likely the problem. Yeah, what is Shadow B?
Blade? Shadow Blade?
Yeah,
It's
you
not
don't
going to have a
need
clue what that is. Either put Shadow Blade in quotations or just do Shadow. It's the only Shadow spell, as far as I know, that you own.
Yeah, no, that's too high a level of a spell.
All right, swing with a blackened blade. Willem, you can see that. No, you get your back to it. Grolid, you can see this blackened blade that Ryan is trying to. Oh, are you moving into melee with this thing?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Or are you throwing it?
Yeah, he can do that.
I guess I would have thrown that if
Okay.
I was not within melee.
Yeah. So Grolid, you see this black blade go zipping in, hits the tapestry, and then fades out of existence.
Now, is all of that my bonus, or is just the bonus to cast it, and then I use my action to attack?
Correct. That's what happened. Yeah. But you used your bonus on your last turn, so technically you have a bonus action if you want to use it, and your move still.
I don't know what else I'd do with the bonus action.
I think it's a bonus action to recall the blade.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. Since that's a bonus action, I'll just recall it.
Okay. Fair enough. Are you moving?
I'll take a 5-foot step backwards.
Okay.
Now you're back to back with Willem.
Yeah, pretty much. That's easier to put you there too.
It's not.
Well, you're kind of balancing on a ledge right now. 5-foot step, if you were right in the middle, would put you in Willem Square. So you're basically perched on a ledge. If you really want to be, you're kind of right there.
Okay, I'm good right where you put me.
Okay. All right, Willem. You see a lot of there are 2 female ghostly figures still up and moving, and then a lot of commotion happening behind you still.
Can I make a perception check to see if I can catch sight of how Brolin is faring?
I mean, perception check would be your action. If you just want to get a quick look, he looks rough, but that's about the best at a quick glance you're gonna get.
Okay, I am going to move to Brolid.
All right. Yep. Okay. So 10 feet will put you basically beside him.
And I go to give my lay on hands and give him 20 points.
All right. So remember, I think it's LOH space healing space 20 or something like that.
Yes.
And then target. After Willem are the remaining snow maidens, and then Grolid, you'll be up. There we go.
Who did it?
Yep, no, it's got it. Grolid got 20 points of healing.
Okay, good.
Appreciated.
All right, how much movement did I use up?
10.
Move me back to face the other spirit. Right there, the lady.
All right.
Good enough.
All right.
I have the lay on hands as an action.
And since you're right there, she's going to turn and do some more bad touch.
Naughty touch.
No.
Natural 20. That's definitely a hit. 26 points of cold damage. It looks like you rolled a 21 on your con save, though. So your maximum hit points are not reduced by 21 as well.
Ooh.
But yeah, you just did the nice lay on hands, got your buddy up and running, and now you are chilled to the bone with this cold touch that just sucks the life out of you.
And to the bone.
And Nona, the one that you came to face, is going to try to do the same thing. But still seems to just have awkward, like, hugging motions at you. 10 is no good.
Being yanked around.
Nona doesn't hug.
All right, Grolid. Your friend just got you up and moving again, and then just seemed to have the life sucked right out of him. But you're squared off solo at this point with the white dragonborn.
Yeah, there's really not much I can do. This guy needs someone keeping his attention, and I guess right now that someone is me. I actually would have released the right if that was something I could do, because I can see that it's not really doing me any good and is potentially actually being more harmful. But I can't do that. So I will take 2 swings at him. And again, as usual, I can only hit with one of them.
All right, 15 misses, 28 definitely hits though. So even with the reduced lightning damage, 12 points total. He's looking pretty rough. He definitely doesn't look as bad as Willem or as you were moments ago, but is looking rough.
And I sadly have no bonus actions that can do me any good at the moment.
Do you have a potion?
Oh yeah, I do have at least one left, and I can use that as a bonus action. Yeah, go ahead and drink that.
You just ate a scorching ray. You're going to need it.
Do I have to target myself or no?
No, not if you're just drinking your own potion.
Yeah, it took me a moment.
And I'll drink that healing potion and get another 8 hit points back.
All right.
And I snarl with a half grin, baring my tusks at this dragonborn.
Fair enough.
I throw the potion bottle at him. Does nothing, but I throw it at him anyways.
It shatters on the shield, and he just kind of looks down confused.
I imagine that's what Superman feels like when when all the robbers throw the guns at him.
Or even shoot him with the gun.
Yeah. Well, no, it's like they shoot him with the gun, and then when they realize the bullets don't hurt him, they throw the gun at him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. They run out and no more cliffs. Check the gun.
In the old series, he'd just stand there and take the bullets, but every time they threw the gun at him, he'd duck.
Right, yeah. Which makes no sense.
It's his weakness.
All right. The colored claw glares at you, Grolid, and then turns briefly, looking at you, Ryan, and says, "This was meant for you, not your friends. I can tell you're not the one that was supposed to be coming. Maybe another iteration. Oh well." And He points in your direction, and you see just swirling motes of 5 colors swirling around you. Nobody else sees this, but Ryan, you're surrounded by this mental prison of, it just looks like streaks of black and white and blue and red and green energy forming a literal cage around you. You take 22 points of psychic damage. You failed your intelligence save, and so you are stuck in here. As far as you know, you can't see or hear anything outside of this prison, and you are currently restrained. If you try to move or make an attack or reach any part of your melee attack or reach any part of your body through it, then you'll take more damage.
Oh, that's a nasty spell.
So I can't move, I can't cast, I can't do anything? Or I take damage?
You basically are present, but yeah, you're restrained, so you have your move is reduced to 0. And as far as you are concerned, you feel like you are trapped inside of this thing. If you try to swing your arm out, swing a blade out, you can't really cast a spell past anything you can't see or hear. So probably spells that affect something that you can't see or hear or that affect yourself, you might be able to target, but that's about it.
All right.
And theoretically, you can try to make a melee attack or reach a body part through it, but your brain tells you this is going to hurt horrendously if I do.
And I already feel like I'm on death's doorstep anyway, so...
It's half elves that are immune to being charmed, right?
Nobody's immune. You get advantage. Elves of any type get advantage.
Got it.
Nobody is racially immune. At least none of the player races.
Okay.
Let's see. And then Grolid, one of those motes hovering over his head, zips down, tries to explode on the top of your head.
Yeah, I'm out of Blood Curse of the Eyeless uses, so...
And you're not within 60 feet of me.
I can't. I gotta just do it. I don't know why it's not actually rolling. What was that, Whiskey?
He's not within 60 feet of me either.
No, he's about 110. Or you moved a little close. He's about at 90 feet from you. 95.
Yeah, that's still out of range. Because that thing's considered a spell, isn't it? Or no?
The last one that he casts as a spell, he's technically maintaining as a bonus action. He's not casting the spell anymore. But Grolid, a natural 3 for a 13, I'm pretty sure does not go through your armor class.
It does not. My 17 armor class is greater than 13.
There you go. Again, potentially live to fight another day, as none of these have actually hit so far.
Yeah, they'd be well, I think 2 of them have been negated through reactions.
Yeah, 2. So, I think I've only done 3, so I think that's it.
Yeah. This is the only one. This is the first one that would have missed on its own.
Yep. All right. Around to picks. You guys, basically the only thing you see Ryan doing is almost like miming that he's trapped, but you don't see anything.
Oh, great. Time to multi-class in the bard.
The worst kind of bard, the silent one.
25.
Who multi-classed in the bard?
Me, I'm miming.
I was making sure you're actually on a tile and not in between.
You know, that's a disgrace to bardom.
And I will make a shanking attempt at the Snow Maiden.
All right, that'd be number
advantage,
4.
Remember.
Not advantage, but you've got inspiration if you want to use it.
Inspiration, yeah.
Got it. I'll hold on to it.
By the way, who got the DM inspiration the other day?
That was me.
Okay.
I don't know what it does.
Any one roll during that session. That's why I'm asking. During that session. So I'll let you still have it because I didn't specify that.
I don't know half those spells.
Yeah, that's weird.
His inspiration is like.
Yeah, it gives you advantage. So DM inspiration is just you can roll any one roll with advantage.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it is technically like that's the session that you get it. You can use it.
I shall remember that. I didn't know that.
But that's why I'm saying you have it right now because we didn't specify that. All right.
That needs another D8 because I cast it at level 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sneak attack?
Sneak attack would have applied. Also.
At that, I mean, it's critical. If you're rolling multiple D6s and D8s, it's going to kill it.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's see. Yeah, it's got 2 hit points left.
Oh yeah, it's dead.
All right, there you go.
Okay. That was my bad. All right, and so I will. Let's see. I said 25.
I think that sounds right.
All right, so I'll do one more.
All right. And
that's my turn.
That shiny see-through lady is gone. Pix is done. Link.
All right, Link is going to take aim at the big baddie again.
Give it a go.
That 1d4 was the additional psychic damage.
Psychic, okay. For your bonus action. So 20 hits, 7 points of piercing.
Amazing, it doesn't say dead.
Made his first concentration save. Second concentration save. But yeah, as you strike the second time, he is already kind of staggering to a knee, and you pierce him with the second arrow. How would you like to do this?
Sweet.
I will just have launched both arrows at him as quickly as I possibly could. And as they hit him, just give myself a little high five.
Air high five to yourself with nobody looking.
Yep, because there's nobody near me.
Nice. Yeah, all of you see 2 arrows in rapid succession go zipping down the hall, strike right below the shoulder on each side, and he staggers back and kind of collapses into the tapestry. Eyes still open, eyes seemingly fixated on Ryan.
As he's stumbling back as the second arrow hits him, you forgot about the elf. And then I watched the life drain out of his eyes.
Does it?
Nothing is said dead yet.
It's not a monster.
True enough.
It's listed as a PC, so he just has 0 hit points right now.
I don't know that there was much life in there to begin with.
Well, if he's a PC, he gets 3 death saves, doesn't he?
Yep. And they do.
Do I still feel trapped?
He made a concentration check.
Well, the second one he would need to
unconscious.
make because it reduced him to 0. Yeah, when he drops to 0 hit points, then you can see again, and all those swirling colors disappear, and you realize what they weren't really there to begin with.
I think this is Ryan's kill.
I drop to my knees. I look really bad now too.
Are we still in combat?
That's up to you guys.
No,
Roland, you can
there's
tell
usually a
he
bad guy
has
alive.
like the faintest bit of breath in his lungs, and yes, there is still a snow maiden on the field.
Okay, then let's go. Who's next?
After Link, we have Anna.
I'll turn around and say, do it. Finish him. Go on, go up there. Woo. And then I'm going to move, let's see here, Moonbeam over to the lady. Yeah, let's kind of put it in that kind of corner.
Okay. Yeah, so not getting Willem, but he's
Ideally,
technically in between. Yeah.
No, we'll put it in the back corner. That's easier that
She
way.
heals Ryan and then moonbeams both Ryan and Willem to death.
Right.
The point is basically right here. So you're fine. You're not going to get anybody else.
And I'm just going to back up next or behind Nona, actually.
Okay.
Because I'm hurting, but that's the best I got.
All right. Whiskey, you see those arrows go zipping past, pierce him in the chest twice, and he collapses kind of behind the sarcophagus and doesn't seem to be getting back up. There is one other spirit creature still further down the hall.
Who's in a moonbeam, by the way.
Yeah, technically is currently standing in a moonbeam.
Oh, okay. Then she can't really bother me.
I mean, she might survive, but
Yeah, she hasn't taken a hit this entire combat.
If I do, no, my double move will only get me 60, and I'm 90 feet down there. Correct?
You are currently... Yeah, you're about 85 feet away from the body.
Okay, let me. You said if I want to do Dimension Door, I just cast it?
Yep. Now that is your action though, right?
I know what, yep.
Okay, just making sure.
I have to target myself? I think I have to target myself.
Fine. You don't have to target anything. It's just using a spell slot is all it's doing. You're going right up there by the body?
That didn't even work.
Because
you did one instead of exclamation mark.
Oh, jeez. Hold on a second. Look the same.
Bam.
There you go.
Yeah, put me right there at him.
Sure. That's about as close you're going to get on the animation. But yeah, you're right on the other side of
I appear like right there at him, and I kneel down and stick my knee on him and stare him in the face. And, you killed me once. Now I kill you. I don't think I have a bonus action.
No.
I mean, you do have
that
bonus
was
actions.
Inspiring. You should inspire one of us.
Or yourself.
Kill him before you or for you.
Yeah, that's what happens when you only have 2 actions. But I will basically, like, it's not an attack. I just grab his mouth and hold it closed.
Okay, sure.
And I let the medallion dangle in his eyes.
Okay. You see... Actually, you hear in your mind, Whiskey. I'm just a shell, brother. The one you need to worry about is behind you. And then you just hear this last puff of air it released from the nostrils, and he stops breathing.
Whiskey, you know that Conan look in the first movie where he turns and looks up at where the arrow came from?
Mm-hmm.
That's my look when I turn and look at Ryan. And I turn and just glare at Ryan.
What?
I want to go ahead and roll damage on that spell. I'm pretty sure that's just going to completely eviscerate this. Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
So we will drop initiative for that as the moonbeam completely obliterates that last. All right.
Yeah, he just told me that Ryan is a wild card.
You say that where I can hear it, or
No, that's me. I'm out of voice. So
Okay.
yeah, I was just telling Anthony that's the way I feel. So
He has revealed quite a bit. So have the spires, and a lot of you have started piecing together
I
certain
didn't
bits
see
of
anything
the
in the spires.
certain
Except
bits of
one
the
thing.
stories that you had already read, and certain guesswork that you had done along the way. You have seemingly taken down the former body of Ryan that is currently wearing a sparkling golden diadem that is missing its gemstones.
What? Didn't it have gemstones in the beginning?
And we're going to stop right there for tonight.
Oh man.
That's a good little fight.
Yeah.
It was one of those places I knew you would get to eventually, but taking the path that you took, you kind of stumbled across this thing. But yeah, you guys know me in my living world. There were a lot of stuff in play that could have played out and made this fight a lot harder, or in a completely different location.
True, yeah.
So well done on that. I was curious how that was going to play out. And it's the first time you've gone up against any type of actual enemy that I had just created from scratch. So, yeah.
Oof.
So that was supposed to have been my former me?
As far as you know, at least a former iteration of you. You'll have to find out from Whiskey in character what he knows and what you guys are going to do with it beyond that.
Yeah, if anybody saw that look from Whiskey, they've probably never seen it before.
Yeah, you see Whiskey turn around and there's a mixture of like this anxiety, but also like anger kind of all mixed together when he turns and looks at Ryan.
What? I didn't do anything.
That's where we ended.
Yeah.
We'll see starting next week how things go. We had somebody stick with us the whole time, so appreciate that. They said, "Good job, guys."
Huh, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, there's a lot to unpack, a lot for you guys to sort of start to figure out over the course of the week. And whether you choose to use it or not, I'll give you guys this week to also sort through your level up because you have found another vestige.
Yeah.
So congratulations on level 8, correct?
Yeah.
You now meet the other group.
Like it.
Cool.
I can ditch a spell. Yes. One I haven't used. Been sitting on since October or August.
All right.
Well, 8. Wow.
We can do this one or two ways because I know a lot of the groups will just do that off to the side. Do you guys want to discuss like live recorded what you're planning on doing for level ups, or you guys want to take a week and just we'll reveal it when it comes up?
I am down either way.
I'm gonna debate on me. I'm not going up anywhere. I'm not gonna like
Multi-class. I'm gonna stay in Bard.
So for those of you who know what you're doing, do you have any idea what your next level will give you?
Nope.
I haven't looked at it yet.
Yeah.
About 4 months ago, I don't remember it.
We'll talk about the beginning of next week when we start out. What do you do with your level up? How about that?
It's an ability score improvement.
You want us to hold off on that? Or...
No, you can do it. You can take the week to figure it out, but then we'll talk over what you'd actually did for those level ups.
Yeah, because I think this is the one, Anthony, where I wanted to take the feat to up my spell casting.
It is possible.
Because
All right.
instead of doing the ability scores. Okay.
All right. Well, thanks for sticking with us. I hope you enjoyed it. This was a long fight, but there was a lot of revelations along the way, and kind of the end of a couple weeks in a row of like extended dungeon crawl type of adventures. So we'll see what happens next week. Thanks a lot. See you
Thank you.
guys
Good
next
night.
week.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Good night, everyone.